Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magical Properties of Oasis Magic. Long before wizards understood the intricate theories of magical water sources, before the establishment of the great magical schools, there existed places where magic gathered like morning mist over still water. These were the oases of the wizarding world, hidden sanctuaries where the confluence of earth and water created something far more powerful than either element alone could achieve. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of an endless desert, the sun hanging heavy in a cloudless sky, when suddenly the shimmer of palm fronds appears on the horizon. But this is no ordinary mirage that your eyes perceive. This is a magical oasis, where the very air hums with ancient enchantments, and the water that bubbles up from deep within the earth carries properties that have sustained wizarding communities for thousands of years. The magical properties of oasis water begin with its unique formation deep beneath the desert floor. Unlike the rushing streams that flow down from mountain peaks or the vast lakes that collect rainwater, oasis water rises from underground aquifers that have been slowly gathering magical energy for centuries. As this water moves through layers of enchanted minerals and magical sediments, it absorbs properties that transform it into something extraordinary. When you cup this water in your hands, you would immediately notice its unusual warmth, even in the cool of desert evening. The liquid seems to hold starlight within its depths, creating a gentle luminescence that grows stronger in darkness. This phosphorescent quality is not merely beautiful. It serves as a beacon for magical creatures and lost travelers who have learned to recognize the distinctive glow of true oasis magic. The restorative properties of oasis water surpass those of most magical healing potions. Ancient wizarding texts describe how even a few drops could revive a wizard who had been overcome by the harsh desert sun, restoring both magical energy and physical strength with remarkable efficiency. The water seems to understand the precise needs of whoever drinks it, providing exactly the right type of restoration required at that moment. Egyptian wizards were among the first to document the unique characteristics of oasis magic. Their detailed hieroglyphic records, discovered in tombs along the Nile, describe elaborate ceremonies performed at sacred oases throughout the Sahara. These rituals were designed to enhance the water's natural properties, creating concentrated essences that could be stored and transported across great distances without losing their potency. The process of magical enhancement involved careful timing with celestial movements, particularly the phases of the moon. During the new moon, when magical energies were at their most receptive, Egyptian wizards would gather around the oasis at midnight, their wands creating intricate patterns in the air above the water's surface. The resulting light show, described as resembling aurora borealis, trapped within the confines of the oasis, would charge the water with additional magical properties that could last for months. Persian wizards developed different techniques for working with oasis magic, focusing on the purification aspects of the water rather than its restorative qualities. They discovered that oasis water could cleanse magical corruption from cursed objects, slowly drawing out dark enchantments that had been thought permanent. This purification process was gradual and gentle, unlike the violent reactions often associated with other cleansing methods. The Persian approach involved creating stone basins carved from meteorite fragments, believing that the cosmic origin of the stone would enhance the oasis water's natural cleansing abilities. Objects would be submerged in these basins for precisely calculated periods, sometimes lasting several lunar cycles, while Persian wizards maintained constant vigil to ensure the purification process proceeded correctly. Bedouin wizards, whose nomadic lifestyle brought them into contact with numerous oases across the Arabian Peninsula, developed the most sophisticated understanding of how different oases produced water with varying magical properties. They learned to identify the specific characteristics of each water source by taste, scent, and the particular way it reflected moonlight. Some oases, they discovered, produced water that enhanced prophetic abilities, allowing seers to glimpse possible futures with unusual clarity. Others generated water that strengthened the bond between wizard and familiar, creating telepathic connections that could span vast distances across the desert. Still others yielded water that could temporarily grant the drinker the ability to understand the language of desert creatures, from the smallest sand beetles to the great magical serpents that dwelt in the deepest dunes. The magical properties of oasis water also extend to its interaction with other magical substances. When combined with certain rare desert herbs, oasis water can create potions of extraordinary potency. The most famous of these combinations involves the silver-leafed moon whisper sage, which grows only in the immediate vicinity of the most powerful magical oases. When moon whisper sage is steeped in warm oasis water during the full moon, the resulting potion grants the drinker the ability to see clearly in complete darkness for several hours. This potion was particularly prized by desert-dwelling wizards who needed to travel during the dangerous heat of the day, relying on the cool darkness of night for their journeys. The Spanish conquistadors' magical contingent documented their encounters with Aztec and Mayan wizards who had discovered oases in the high deserts of the Americas. These New World oases possessed properties unlike any found in Africa or Asia, producing water that could temporarily grant the ability to communicate with the spirits of the land itself. Aztec priests would drink this sacred water before important ceremonies, allowing them to seek guidance from ancestral spirits who were said to dwell within the underground rivers that fed the oases. The Spanish wizards' accounts describe elaborate rituals performed at these sacred water sources, involving feathered serpent motifs and astronomical alignments that enhanced the spiritual communication properties of the water. The preservation of oasis magic has always presented unique challenges. Unlike other magical substances that could be stored in standard containers, oasis water begins to lose its properties almost immediately when removed from its source. Ancient wizards experimented with various preservation methods, from crystal containers carved from single gemstones to specially treated gourds that maintained the water's connection to its origin. The most successful preservation technique was developed by Arabian alchemists, who discovered that oasis water could maintain its properties indefinitely if stored in vessels made from sand that had been ritually transformed through extended exposure to the oasis's magical field. These sand glass containers, nearly transparent and impossibly delicate, could preserve oasis water for decades without any diminishment of its magical potency. Modern magical researchers have identified the scientific basis for oasis magic, understanding that the unique geological formations beneath these water sources create natural magical amplification chambers. The specific combination of underground cave systems, mineral deposits, and aquifer flow patterns creates a resonance effect that charges the water with concentrated magical energy. The discovery of this mechanism has led to attempts to create artificial magical oases, but these efforts have met with limited success. While the physical conditions can be replicated, the time required for natural magical accumulation means that artificially created oases would require centuries to develop the same potency as their ancient counterparts. Conservation efforts now focus on protecting existing magical oases from both magical and mundane threats. Climate change and underground water extraction by Muggle populations pose significant risks to these irreplaceable magical resources. The International Confederation of Wizards has established protective protocols for the most important oasis sites, using advanced concealment charms and weather modification spells to ensure their continued existence. The healing properties of oasis water extend beyond physical restoration, to include emotional and spiritual renewal. Desert hermits and magical scholars seeking enlightenment have long made pilgrimages to the most sacred oases, where extended meditation while drinking the magical water is said to provide profound insights into the nature of magic itself. These spiritual properties appear to be connected to the oasis's role as a gathering place for magical creatures. Phoenix nesting sites are often found near the most powerful oases, and the interaction between Phoenix fire magic and Oasis water magic creates a unique synergy that enhances both elements. The presence of phoenixes also explains why Oasis water is particularly effective at treating magical exhaustion and curse damage. The future study of Oasis magic continues to reveal new applications and properties. Recent discoveries suggest that Oasis water may play a crucial role in understanding the fundamental connections between elemental magic and geographical magic, opening new avenues of research that could revolutionize magical theory. As we conclude our exploration of these remarkable magical phenomena, the gentle sound of water bubbling up from hidden springs seems to echo in the stillness around us. In the quiet of this moment, consider this. If you could discover your own magical oasis in the desert of daily life, what healing properties would you hope to find within its sacred waters? Chapter 2. The development of self-replenishing inkwells. In the quiet corners of ancient scriptoriums, where candlelight danced across parchment and the scratch of quills provided the only sound, a revolutionary magical innovation was taking shape. Tonight we delve into the fascinating history of self-replenishing inkwells, those remarkable vessels that transformed the very nature of magical documentation and scholarly pursuit. Picture yourself in the great library of Alexandria's hidden magical wing, where Egyptian scribes bent over their work tables, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of enchanted oil lamps. These dedicated scholars faced a constant challenge that plagued magical writers for centuries: the perpetual need to refill their inkwells. In the midst of transcribing crucial spell formulas or recording important magical discoveries, a scribe would find their quill scraping against the bottom of an empty vessel, breaking their concentration and potentially causing errors in their meticulous work. The earliest attempts at solving this problem emerged during the Third Dynasty of Egyptian magical rule, around 2650 BCE. Court wizards, frustrated by the interruptions to their record-keeping duties, began experimenting with basic duplication charms applied to their ink supplies. These primitive enchantments could extend the life of an inkwell by perhaps doubling its contents, but the magic was unstable and often resulted in ink that changed color or consistency as the charm began to fade. A breakthrough came when a young apprentice scribe named Kamwaset accidentally knocked over his master's inkwell while reaching for a scroll. As the precious ink spread across the stone floor, Kamwaset desperately cast a water-summoning charm, hoping to dilute the mess and make it easier to clean. Instead, something extraordinary happened. The magical water he summoned somehow bonded with the spilled ink, creating a substance that maintained the ink's properties while continuously regenerating itself. Kamwaset's master, rather than punishing the apprentice for his clumsiness, recognized the potential of this accidental discovery. Together, they spent months refining the process, learning to control the water-to-ink ratio and stabilize the regenerative properties. Their work laid the foundation for what would eventually become the standardized self-replenishing inkwell charm. The technique spread slowly throughout the magical communities of the ancient world. Greek magical scholars, always eager to improve upon existing knowledge, added their own innovations to the basic Egyptian design. They discovered that different types of water produced different effects when used in the regeneration process. Rainwater collected during thunderstorms created ink with enhanced permanence, while spring water from sacred sources produced ink that seemed to resist fading even after centuries. Roman wizards, with their practical approach to magic, focused on making the self-replenishing inkwells more efficient and cost-effective. They developed standardized formulas for the regeneration charms and established the first workshops dedicated to producing these magical writing implements on a larger scale. Roman ink manufacturers discovered that the quality of the original ink used in the charm significantly affected the regenerated product, leading to the development of premium ink bases specifically designed for self-replenishing applications. During the medieval period, monastery scriptoriums became centers of innovation for self-replenishing inkwell technology. Monk wizards, who spent their days copying sacred texts and preserving magical knowledge, refined the regeneration process to work with specialized inks used for illuminated manuscripts. They created inkwells that could produce gold and silver inks, precious substances that had previously been too expensive to use freely in their decorative work. Brother Augustine of Canterbury, a particularly gifted artificer among the wizard monks, developed the first truly perpetual inkwell in 1147. His design incorporated a small crystal core that stored magical energy from the surrounding environment, using this power to fuel the regeneration process indefinitely. Augustine's inkwell, which still functions perfectly today and resides in the restricted collection of the British Ministry of Magic, can produce a steady supply of rich black ink without any external magical input. The Renaissance period brought new sophistication to inkwell enchantments. Italian wizard artists, working alongside their mundane counterparts, created inkwells that could produce multiple colors simultaneously. These marvels of magical engineering featured separate chambers for different colored inks, each with its own regeneration system. Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks contain sketches of an inkwell design that could theoretically produce any color the user visualized, though there's no evidence that such a device was ever successfully constructed. The invention of the printing press in the mundane world initially seemed to threaten the relevance of magical inkwells, but wizard inventors quickly adapted the technology for their own purposes. They created self-replenishing ink reservoirs for magical printing presses, enabling the mass production of spellbooks and magical newspapers. The Daily Prophet's printing facilities still use descendant technologies of these Renaissance-era innovations. Chinese magical artisans contributed their own unique approach to self-replenishing inkwells during the Ming Dynasty. Rather than focusing on the regeneration of liquid ink, they developed solid ink sticks that would never wear away completely. These enchanted inkstones could be ground with water to produce fresh ink indefinitely, while maintaining their original size and consistency. The technique required a different type of magic, involving the manipulation of matter at its most fundamental level. The golden age of inkwell innovation occurred during the 17th and 18th centuries, when European magical academies competed to produce the most advanced writing implements for their students and faculty. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry commissioned a set of master inkwells for its library in 1692, each one capable of producing specialized inks for different magical disciplines. The potion's inkwell could generate inks that would change color to indicate measurement errors in brewing formulas, while the Transfiguration inkwell produced ink that would shimmer when used to record successful spell variations. The Industrial Revolution brought mass production techniques to magical inkwell manufacturing. Wizard entrepreneurs established factories where trained artificers could enchant hundreds of inkwells using standardized procedures. These commercial operations made self-replenishing inkwells affordable for ordinary wizarding households, transforming them from luxury items used only by scholars and wealthy merchants into common household tools. Quality control became crucial during this period of mass production. The Ministry of Magic's Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures established standards for inkwell enchantments, requiring manufacturers to ensure their products would function reliably for at least 50 years. Testing procedures involved subjecting inkwells to intensive use under various magical conditions, documenting their performance and longevity. American magical colonists brought inkwell technology with them to the New World, but found that the different magical environment required modifications to traditional European enchantments. Native American shamans, with their deep understanding of the continental magical patterns, helped colonial wizards adapt their inkwell charms to work effectively in the Americas. This collaboration resulted in inkwells that could draw upon the unique magical energies of the North American landscape. The Salem witch trials created an unexpected surge in demand for self-replenishing inkwells among American wizards. The need to document false accusations and maintain accurate records of the persecution led to increased production of high-quality writing implements. Some of these trial-era inkwells were deliberately enchanted with memory charms, ensuring that the ink they produced would preserve not just the words written with it, but also the emotional context and circumstances of their creation. Modern developments in inkwell technology focus on specialized applications and enhanced functionality. Horror inkwells produce inks that can detect deception when used for witness statements, changing color when false information is written. Healer inkwells generate inks with mild therapeutic properties, helping to calm patients who must fill out medical forms. Banker inkwells create inks that are nearly impossible to forge or magically alter, ensuring the security of important financial documents. The theoretical understanding of how self-replenishing inkwells function has evolved significantly since Camoset's accidental discovery. Modern magical theorists recognize that the regeneration process involves the manipulation of magical potential energy, converting ambient magical fields into the specific molecular structures that comprise ink. This process requires careful balance between the conservation laws of magic and the creative potential inherent in all magical transformations. Research into inkwell enchantments has contributed to broader advances in magical theory, particularly in the areas of perpetual motion charms and sustainable magical systems. The principles discovered through inkwell development have been applied to self-filling cauldrons, ever-burning torches, and various other magical conveniences that make wizarding life more comfortable. Contemporary artisans continue to push the boundaries of what's possible with inkwell magic. Some experimental designs can produce inks that dry instantly, eliminating smudging and allowing for faster writing. Others create inks that can be easily erased and rewritten, perfect for students and anyone who frequently needs to revise their work. The most advanced prototypes can analyze the writer's magical signature and adjust the ink's properties to enhance legibility and prevent forgery. The environmental impact of traditional ink production has led to increased interest in magical alternatives. Self-replenishing inkwells eliminate the need for constant harvesting of ink-producing creatures and plants, making them an environmentally responsible choice for conscientious wizards. Some modern designs can even purify contaminated water sources as part of their regeneration process, contributing to magical conservation efforts. Educational applications of advanced inkwells continue to expand. Hogwarts now provides first-year students with practice inkwells that can detect common spelling errors and gently correct them, helping young wizards develop proper writing habits. These training inkwells gradually reduce their assistance as students improve, eventually functioning like standard self-replenishing models once the student has demonstrated competency. The future of inkwell technology promises even more remarkable innovations. Researchers are developing quantum inkwells that could theoretically access infinite ink supplies from parallel dimensions, and temporal inkwells that could preserve written words in suspended time, making them immune to any form of degradation or magical interference. As our exploration of these remarkable magical tools draws to a close, the gentle sound of a quill scratching across parchment seems to fade into the peaceful quiet of evening. In this moment of reflection, consider what knowledge would you choose to preserve forever if you possessed an inkwell that could capture not just words, but the very essence of wisdom itself. Chapter 3. The Ancient Wizarding Villages of Honduras. Hidden deep within the cloud forests of Central America, where mist weaves through ancient cecropia trees and the calls of quetzals echo across verdant valleys, lie the remnants of some of the most sophisticated magical communities ever established in the Americas. Tonight, we journey back through centuries of time to explore the ancient wizarding villages of Honduras, where indigenous magical traditions flourished long before European wizards ever dreamed of crossing the Atlantic. Imagine yourself walking along a narrow mountain path, your feet treading softly on stones worn smooth by countless generations of magical practitioners. The air grows thick with humidity and power as you climb higher into the cloud forest, where Spanish moss hangs like ancient curtains between towering mahogany trees. Here, in this mystical landscape, The Lenca wizards built their first permanent settlements more than 3,000 years ago. The earliest Honduran magical villages were constructed using a unique form of earth magic that had no equivalent in the Old World. Lenca earthshapers could literally grow their buildings from the living rock of the mountainsides, coaxing stone to flow like clay, and then hardening it into structures that seemed to emerge naturally from the landscape itself. These organic buildings blended so seamlessly with their surroundings that Spanish conquistadors passed within mere yards of thriving magical communities without ever detecting their presence. The village of Itzamnaj, whose name meant House of the Lizard Wizard in the ancient Lenca tongue, exemplified this remarkable architectural magic. Built into the side of a granite cliff face overlooking the Olua River Valley, Itzamnai housed over 2,000 magical inhabitants at its peak during the classical period. The village consisted of dozens of chambers carved directly into the living rock, connected by a network of tunnels that spiraled through the mountain, like the chambers of a vast nautilus shell. What made Itzamnai truly extraordinary was its integration of natural magical phenomena into daily life. The Lenca wizards had discovered that certain types of granite contained high concentrations of magical minerals that could amplify spellwork. They positioned their workshops and ritual chambers in areas where these mineral veins were most concentrated, creating spaces where even apprentice-level magic could achieve remarkable effects. The central plaza of Itzamnaj featured a natural spring that bubbled up from deep within the mountain, its waters charged with earth magic so potent that a single cup could restore a wizard's magical energy after days of intensive spellcasting. The plaza was illuminated not by torches or magical flames, but by cultivated colonies of luminescent fungi that the Lenca had learned to nurture and control. These living lights created a soft blue-green glow that never flickered or dimmed, providing constant illumination while maintaining the village's concealment from non-magical observers. The Maya wizards who established settlements in western Honduras brought different magical traditions that complemented and sometimes conflicted with Lenca practices. The village of Quinichwayab, founded around 300 CE, near what is now the ruins of Copan, became a center of astronomical magic unrivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya timekeepers had developed magical techniques for viewing celestial events across past and future, using this knowledge to predict everything from optimal planting times to the likelihood of volcanic eruptions. Quinichwayab was designed as a massive three-dimensional calendar, with buildings and plazas positioned according to complex astronomical calculations. During certain celestial alignments, the entire village would function as a gigantic magical apparatus, focusing cosmic energies to power communal rituals and enhance individual magical abilities. The most important ceremonies could only be performed when specific stars reached predetermined positions, sometimes requiring villages to wait months or even years for the proper astronomical conditions. The Maya village's famous observatory tower, a structure that rose nearly 200 feet above the forest canopy, was carved from a single piece of volcanic obsidian that had been magically enlarged and shaped by generations of earthworkers. Inside the tower, Maya astronomer wizards maintained detailed records of celestial movements using a form of magical mathematics that incorporated both conventional calculations and prophetic divination. These astronomical records, carved into jade tablets using tools of hardened starlight, contained predictions that extended thousands of years into the future. Many of these prophecies focused on the eventual arrival of foreign wizards from across the Eastern Ocean, describing in remarkable detail the magical traditions and technologies that Spanish wizards would bring to the Americas centuries later. The relationship between Lenca and Maya magical communities was complex and often tense. While both groups shared certain fundamental beliefs about the sacred nature of the landscape and the importance of maintaining harmony with natural magical forces, their approaches to magic differed significantly. Lenca wizards favored earth and plant magic, working with the slow, steady rhythms of stone and growing things. Maya wizards specialized in celestial magic and temporal manipulation, seeking to understand and influence the vast cosmic forces that governed reality itself. These philosophical differences occasionally erupted into magical conflicts known as the Starstone Wars, periods of intense rivalry during which Lenka earth magic would compete directly against Maya celestial magic. Villages would align themselves with one tradition or the other, leading to spectacular magical duels that could reshape entire valleys or alter local weather patterns for years at a time. The most famous of these conflicts occurred in 426 CE, when the Maya village of Itzamna attempted to redirect the course of a river using astronomical magic, while the Lenka village of Ixtafukan worked to maintain the river's natural flow through earth magic. The resulting magical deadlock created a phenomenon known as the floating river, where a mile-long section of water hung suspended 30 feet above the ground for almost a decade before the two communities reached a compromise. Spanish colonial records, written by wizard chroniclers accompanying the conquistadors, provide fascinating glimpses into these ancient magical communities. Brother Francisco de las Casas, a Franciscan monk who was also a skilled wizard, wrote extensively about his encounters with Honduran magical villages during his missionary work in the 1540s. His journals describe villages that could vanish entirely when threatened, their buildings sinking into the earth like stones into water, only to re-emerge days later once the danger had passed. The Spanish wizards were particularly impressed by Honduran techniques for working with cacao, the sacred plant that formed the basis of both mundane and magical chocolate. Lenka chocolate makers could create confections that provided temporary magical abilities to non-magical consumers, while Maya cacao workers produced ceremonial drinks that enhanced prophetic visions and allowed communication with ancestral spirits. The village of Theobroma, named after the scientific classification for cacao, specialized exclusively in magical chocolate production. Located in a hidden valley where wild cacao trees grew in impossible abundance, Theobroma supplied magical chocolate to communities throughout Central America. The village's master chocolatiers guarded their secrets jealously, passing their knowledge down through family lines using memory charms that prevented the recipes from being shared with outsiders. Theobroma's most prized creation was a type of chocolate that could temporarily grant the consumer the ability to understand any spoken language. Spanish missionaries quickly recognized the potential value of this magical confection for their conversion efforts, leading to complex negotiations between colonial authorities and the village elders. The resulting treaties established some of the first formal agreements between European and indigenous magical communities in the Americas. The integration of Spanish magical traditions with existing Honduran practices created unique hybrid communities during the colonial period. The village of Sangre de Cristo, founded in 1563 by a partnership between Spanish Franciscan wizards and Lenka earth shapers, exemplified this cultural fusion. The village featured Spanish-style churches built using Lenka stone-growing techniques, creating sacred spaces that honored both Christian and indigenous spiritual traditions. These hybrid communities developed new forms of magic that combined European theoretical knowledge with indigenous practical wisdom. Sangre de Cristo's healers became renowned throughout Central America for their ability to treat both magical and mundane ailments using techniques that drew upon Spanish herbal medicine, Lenka earth magic, and Maya astronomical timing. The village's most famous practitioner, Sor Esperanza de la Cruz, was a Spanish nun who learned Lenka earth magic from her indigenous converts. She developed a revolutionary healing technique that used blessed earth from the village's chapel, charged with Lenka earth magic, and timed according to Maya astronomical principles. Patients would be buried up to their necks in this sacred soil during specific lunar phases, emerging completely cured of conditions that had previously been considered incurable. The decline of Honduras's ancient magical villages began during the 18th century, as increased European colonization and the growth of mundane populations made concealment increasingly difficult. Many communities chose to relocate deeper into the wilderness, while others used powerful enchantments to phase themselves partially out of normal reality, existing in a state between the magical and mundane worlds. The village of Xibalba, founded during this period of transition, represented the most ambitious attempt to preserve traditional Honduran magical culture. Using a combination of Maya temporal magic and Lenca earth magic, the village's founders created a pocket dimension accessible only through hidden portals scattered throughout the Honduran highlands. Xibalba exists simultaneously in multiple time periods, allowing its inhabitants to interact with both ancient ancestors and distant descendants. Modern magical archaeologists continue to discover evidence of Honduras's lost wizarding villages. Excavations conducted under the supervision of the International Confederation of Wizards have uncovered remarkable artifacts, including self-tending gardens that still produce magical herbs after centuries of abandonment, stone libraries, whose books can only be read under specific astronomical conditions, and workshop areas where ancient tools continue to craft magical items without any visible operators. The most significant recent discovery occurred in 1987, when Honduran wizard archaeologist Carlos Uceda located the lost archives of Inkwells, buried beneath a coffee plantation in the Copan Valley. These archives contained thousands of jade tablets with astronomical calculations and prophecies, many of which have proven remarkably accurate in their predictions of modern magical developments. Contemporary Honduran wizards maintain strong connections to their ancient heritage, with many families tracing their magical lineages back to the original village founders. Traditional earth magic and astronomical magic are still practiced in remote areas, though modern practitioners often incorporate elements from other magical traditions encountered through international magical exchange. The Honduran Ministry of Magic has established several preserves, where the ruins of ancient magical villages are protected from both magical and mundane interference. These sites serve as important research centers for understanding pre-Columbian magical practices and as sacred spaces where traditional ceremonies can still be performed according to ancient protocols. Current conservation efforts focus on documenting the surviving oral traditions of village life before the last elder, who remember the old ways, pass on to join their ancestors. These oral histories contain crucial information about magical techniques and cultural practices that were never written down, representing irreplaceable repositories of indigenous magical knowledge. The influence of ancient Honduran magical practices continues to resonate throughout modern Central American wizarding communities. Techniques developed in villages like Itzamnij and Inkwells have been adapted for contemporary applications, from earthquake-resistant magical construction to astronomical navigation systems used by modern magical transportation networks. As our journey through these ancient magical communities draws to a close, the whisper of wind through cecropia leaves seems to carry echoes of voices from long-ago ceremonies and celebrations. In the quiet that follows, reflect upon this, what wisdom from these earth-connected magical communities might help us better understand our own relationship with the natural world and the magic that flows through all living things. Chapter 4. The different types of magical contracts. Within the hallowed halls of Gringotts Bank, where ancient goblin magic mingles with the whispered promises of countless wizards, lie vaults containing some of the most binding agreements ever forged between magical beings. Tonight, we explore the intricate world of magical contracts, those powerful enchantments that transform mere words into unbreakable bonds, weaving obligation and consequence into the very fabric of reality itself. Picture yourself seated at a massive oak table in the depths of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, where the soft scratch of quills fills the air as wizards carefully craft agreements that will endure long after their authors have passed into memory. The parchment before you glows with a faint luminescence, indicating that magical binding enchantments are already beginning to take hold, ready to transform your written words into mystical law. The most fundamental of all magical contracts is the simple binding agreement, a basic enchantment that ensures both parties fulfill their stated obligations. These contracts, often used for everyday magical commerce, carry relatively mild consequences for breach of terms. A wizard who fails to deliver promised goods might find their wand temporarily refusing to perform certain spells, while someone who doesn't pay their debts could discover that their money pouches develop small holes that allow coins to slip through their fingers. Simple binding agreements gained popularity during the Renaissance, when magical trade between European wizarding communities began to flourish. Italian magical merchants, renowned for their business acumen, developed standardized contract templates that could be quickly adapted for different types of transactions. These templates included built-in protections against common forms of magical fraud, such as glamour charms used to disguise inferior goods, or memory modification spells designed to alter the terms of agreements after signing. The enforcement mechanisms of simple binding agreements operate through sympathetic magic, creating mystical connections between the contracting parties that persist until all obligations are fulfilled. This connection allows the contract's magic to monitor compliance and automatically trigger consequences when violations occur. The magic is sophisticated enough to distinguish between willful breach and circumstances beyond a party's control, adjusting penalties accordingly. French magical theorists contributed significantly to the development of graduated consequence contracts during the 17th century. These agreements feature escalating penalties that increase in severity the longer violations persist. A wizard who is late delivering a promised potion might initially experience mild inconvenience, such as their cauldron requiring extra stirring time. If the delay continues, the consequences might escalate to having their ingredient measurements become unreliable, and eventually to complete temporary loss of potion-making ability. The mathematical precision required for graduated consequence contracts made them particularly appealing to Germanic wizards, who appreciated the logical structure and predictable escalation patterns. German magical lawyers developed complex formulas for calculating appropriate penalty progressions, taking into account factors such as the severity of the original obligation, the financial impact of delays, and the contracting party's relative magical abilities. Goblin contract magic represents perhaps the most sophisticated and unforgiving form of magical agreement, developed over millennia by goblin civilization. These contracts are renowned for their absolute binding power and creative interpretation of terms. Goblin contracts are written in a specialized runic script that incorporates elements of goblin magic directly into the text, making the document itself a magical artifact of considerable power. The famous Goblin Rebellion of 1612 was partly triggered by a contract dispute involving a wizard who believed he had purchased permanent ownership of a goblin-crafted sword. The goblins argued that their contract language only granted usage rights during the wizard's lifetime, with ownership reverting to goblin control upon his death. The magical binding of the contract supported the goblin interpretation, leading to a conflict that lasted 3 years and fundamentally changed wizarding attitudes toward goblin legal traditions. Goblin contracts often include clauses that seem innocuous, but can have far-reaching consequences. A typical Gringotts vault rental agreement might stipulate that the bank reserves the right to adjust security measures as deemed necessary, which could theoretically allow goblins to relocate vault contents to different dimensions or alter the physical laws governing access to the vault space. These broad interpretative powers reflect goblin legal philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of exact wording and the folly of entering agreements without complete understanding of their implications. The most feared of all magical contracts is the unbreakable vow, a binding so powerful that violation results in immediate death. This ancient magic requires 3 participants, the 2 parties making the vow, and a bonder who channels the magical energy necessary to forge the mystical connection. The unbreakable vow creates a direct link between the participants' life forces, making breach of terms literally impossible for living beings. Historical records show that unbreakable vows were once more common than they are today, particularly during the medieval period when honor and oath-keeping held paramount importance in wizarding society. Knights errant would often swear unbreakable vows to protect innocent civilians or defend sacred locations, while merchants might use them to guarantee the quality and safety of potentially dangerous magical products. The decline in unbreakable vow usage began during the 16th century, following several high-profile cases where seemingly straightforward vows led to unexpected deaths. The case of Sir Galahad, the Steadfast, illustrates the dangers inherent in this type of contract. Sir Galahad swore an unbreakable vow to protect a village from all magical threats, but died instantly when a young witch in the village accidentally set fire to her own cottage while practicing fire-making spells. The vow's magic interpreted the girl's magical accident as a threat that Sir Galahad had failed to prevent. Modern magical legal scholars have identified several factors that make unbreakable vows particularly dangerous. The vow's magic interprets terms literally and without regard for context or intent, making it nearly impossible to craft language that covers all potential scenarios. Additionally, the mystical connection created by the vow can persist even after one party's death, potentially affecting their descendants or causing unexpected magical interactions with other spells or contracts. Soulbound contracts represent a more recent development in magical jurisprudence, emerging during the late 18th century, as wizards sought alternatives to the deadly finality of unbreakable vows. These agreements bind portions of the contracting parties' souls to the fulfillment of their obligations, creating consequences that persist beyond death while avoiding the immediate lethality of broken unbreakable vows. A wizard who violates a soulbound contract might find that their magical abilities become permanently diminished, or that they lose access to certain types of magic entirely. In extreme cases, contract violations can result in the affected portion of the soul becoming trapped in a liminal state, unable to move on to whatever awaits beyond death until the contract terms are somehow fulfilled. The creation of soulbound contracts requires extensive preparation and considerable magical skill. The process involves carefully extracting small portions of each party's soul essence and weaving these fragments into the contract's magical matrix. This delicate work must be performed by specially trained magical lawyers who have studied both contract law and soul magic, a combination of disciplines that requires decades to master. Temporal contracts introduce the complex element of time manipulation into magical agreements. These sophisticated documents can bind parties to obligations that span multiple time periods, or create consequences that occur in the past or future, regardless of when the contract is actually violated. Egyptian wizards pioneered temporal contract magic, using it to ensure that important magical knowledge would be preserved and transmitted across generations. A typical temporal contract might require a wizard to teach specific spells to their descendants, with the magic automatically identifying appropriate candidates in future generations and compelling them to seek out the required knowledge. If the magical bloodline fails to maintain the tradition, the contract's temporal magic might retroactively prevent the original wizard from learning the spells in the first place, creating a paradox that usually results in the affected magic simply ceasing to exist. The complexity of temporal contracts makes them extremely difficult to craft properly, as the legal language must account for potential changes in language, culture, and magical practice across extended time periods. Ancient Egyptian temporal contracts discovered in recently excavated tombs sometimes contain provisions that only become relevant thousands of years after their creation, demonstrating the remarkable foresight of their magical legal practitioners. Collective binding agreements allow multiple parties to enter into contracts that create shared obligations and distributed consequences. These contracts are particularly useful for magical cooperatives, research consortiums, and other group endeavors where individual accountability might be difficult to enforce. The magic of collective binding creates connections between all participants, ensuring that violations by any single party affect the entire group. The famous Hogwarts House Cup competition operates under a form of collective binding agreement, where the actions of individual students affect their entire house's standing. This magical connection encourages cooperation and mutual accountability, as students know that their behavior will directly impact their classmates' experiences and opportunities. Collective binding magic can also create positive feedback loops, where successful fulfillment of obligations by some participants enhances the magical abilities or good fortune of others in the group. This phenomenon explains why magical research teams often achieve breakthrough discoveries that would be impossible for individual researchers working alone, as their collective binding agreements literally amplify their combined magical potential. Cross-species contracts present unique challenges due to the different magical natures of various sentient beings. Agreements between wizards and centaurs must account for the centaurs' deep connection to celestial magic and their different concepts of time and obligation. Contracts with merpeople require special waterproof enchantments and provisions for underwater execution of terms. Agreements with house elves involve complex considerations around their inherent magical bonds and concepts of service. The International Confederation of Wizards has established standardized protocols for cross-species contract magic, including universal translation enchantments that ensure all parties understand terms in their native languages and cultural contexts. These protocols have greatly reduced international magical conflicts arising from misunderstood contract obligations. Modern developments in magical contract theory focus on creating more flexible and humane alternatives to traditional binding methods. Restorative justice contracts emphasize rehabilitation and compensation rather than punishment, while collaborative learning agreements create partnerships where violation consequences involve additional education rather than magical penalties. Artificial intelligence magic, a cutting-edge field combining magical theory with advanced enchantment techniques, promises to revolutionize contract creation and enforcement. AI-assisted contracts can continuously monitor compliance and suggest modifications when circumstances change, potentially eliminating many of the pitfalls that have historically made magical agreements dangerous. The future of magical contracts likely involves greater integration with international magical law and improved protections for contracting parties. Research into quantum magical theory suggests that contracts might eventually be able to exist in probability states, automatically adjusting their terms based on changing circumstances while maintaining their essential binding power. As we conclude our exploration of these powerful magical instruments, the rustle of ancient parchment seems to fade into the peaceful quiet of evening. In this moment of contemplation, consider, what promise would you be willing to bind with magic so powerful that the very forces of reality would ensure its fulfillment? And what does this reveal about the commitments that truly matter in your life? Chapter 5. The Wizarding View, on Magic and Healing. In the quiet corridors of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where the gentle hum of healing magic mingles with whispered incantations of hope, a profound philosophy has evolved over centuries regarding the nature of magical healing and its place in the wizarding world. Tonight, we delve into the complex and compassionate worldview that guides magical healers as they work to mend not just bodies, but souls, spirits, and the very essence of magical being itself. Imagine yourself walking through the portrait gallery of renowned healers at St. Mungo's, where painted figures of the greatest magical medical practitioners watch over their successors with eyes that hold centuries of accumulated wisdom. Each portrait represents not just an individual healer, but an entire philosophy of magical medicine that has shaped how wizarding society understands the relationship between magic, suffering, and restoration. The foundational principle of wizarding healing philosophy rests upon the belief that magic and life force are inextricably intertwined. Unlike Muggle medicine, which views the body as a complex biological machine that can be repaired through physical intervention, magical healing recognizes that every living being possesses a magical signature that influences their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. This holistic understanding means that true healing must address not just symptoms, but the underlying magical imbalances that allow illness or injury to take hold. Ancient Greek wizard physicians first articulated this comprehensive approach to healing during the classical period. Asclepius the Wise, whose magical medical practices influenced both wizarding and Muggle healing traditions, taught that illness represented disharmony between a person's magical essence and their physical form. His famous treatise, The Eternal Balance, described how healers must learn to perceive the subtle magical auras that surround all living beings, using this perception to diagnose problems that might not yet manifest as physical symptoms. The Hippocratic Oath, adapted for magical practitioners as the Oath of Healing Magic, includes specific provisions that reflect wizarding philosophy about the responsible use of healing power. Magical healers swear not only to do no harm, but also to respect the natural flow of magical energy, and to never use healing magic to extend life beyond its natural span, without considering the consequences to the soul. This latter provision reflects the wizarding understanding that magical healing, while powerful, must work in harmony with natural cycles rather than attempting to override them completely. Medieval monastery hospitals where wizard monks practiced healing alongside their Muggle brethren developed the concept of integrated healing that combined magical intervention with mundane medical care. Brother Albertus Magnus, a Benedictine monk who was also a skilled healer, wrote extensively about the importance of treating both the magical and physical aspects of illness simultaneously. His approach involved using gentle healing spells to support the body's natural recovery processes, rather than overwhelming patients with powerful magic that might cause unexpected side effects. The monastery tradition emphasized that healing magic should enhance rather than replace the body's innate ability to recover from injury and illness. This philosophy led to the development of supportive healing techniques that worked gradually and gently, allowing patients to participate actively in their own recovery rather than being passive recipients of magical intervention. Islamic magical medical traditions, particularly those developed in the great libraries of Baghdad and Cordoba, contributed sophisticated understanding of how different types of magic interact with various aspects of human physiology. Al-Kindi the healer, working in 9th century Baghdad, discovered that certain healing spells could interfere with each other if applied simultaneously, leading to the development of careful protocols for combining different magical treatments. Islamic healers also pioneered the use of magical diagnosis techniques that could detect illness before physical symptoms appeared. By carefully analyzing a patient's magical aura using specialized divination spells, healers could identify developing problems and intervene early, often preventing serious illness entirely. This diagnostic magic required years of training to master, as healers had to learn to distinguish between normal variations in magical signature and patterns that indicated disease or injury. The establishment of the first formal magical hospitals during the Renaissance marked a turning point in wizarding healing philosophy. The Hospital of Santa Maria della Consolazione in Rome, founded in 1483 by a consortium of Italian wizard healers, became the model for magical medical institutions throughout Europe. The hospital's charter explicitly stated that healing magic should be available to all wizards regardless of their social status or ability to pay, reflecting the growing belief that magical healing was a fundamental right rather than a privilege. Renaissance healing philosophy also emphasized the importance of understanding the patient as a complete person, rather than simply focusing on their illness or injury. Healers were expected to consider factors such as the patient's magical education, family history, emotional state, and spiritual beliefs when designing treatment plans. This comprehensive approach recognized that magical healing worked best when patients felt safe, understood, and actively involved in their recovery process. The discovery of magical anesthesia in the 16th century revolutionized surgical healing practices while raising important philosophical questions about consciousness and magical intervention. The ability to safely render patients unconscious during magical surgery meant that more complex procedures became possible. But it also sparked debates about whether magical anesthesia interfered with the soul's ability to process and learn from experiences of pain and healing. French magical philosopher healers developed the doctrine of conscious healing, which argued that patients should remain aware during magical treatment whenever possible, allowing them to participate consciously in their recovery and gain insight into their own magical nature. This approach influenced the development of specialized communication spells that allowed healers to explain procedures and involve patients in decision-making, even during complex magical interventions. The 18th century saw the emergence of preventive magical medicine, based on the understanding that maintaining magical health was more effective than treating magical illness after it developed. Healer Gabrielle Delacour established the first clinic dedicated entirely to magical health maintenance, offering services such as aura cleansing, magical energy balancing, and early detection screening for common wizarding ailments. Preventive healing philosophy emphasized the importance of lifestyle factors in maintaining magical health. Healers began advising patients about proper wand care, safe spellcasting practices, and the importance of regular magical exercise to keep their magical abilities strong and stable. This holistic approach to magical wellness influenced broader wizarding culture, leading to greater awareness of how daily choices affected long-term magical health. The development of specialized healing disciplines during the 19th century reflected the growing sophistication of wizarding medical understanding. Mind healers focused on magical approaches to emotional and psychological problems, recognizing that mental distress could significantly impact a wizard's magical abilities. Curse breakers specialized in treating injuries caused by dark magic, developing techniques for safely removing harmful enchantments while minimizing damage to the patient's natural magical defenses. Spell damage healers emerged as a distinct specialty after several high-profile cases of permanent magical disability caused by experimental or improperly cast spells. These healers developed innovative approaches to repairing damaged magical pathways and restoring lost magical abilities, though their success rates remained limited by the complexity of magical neural networks. The establishment of St. Mungo's Hospital in 1592 created a central institution where different healing philosophies could be studied, compared, and refined. The hospital's research departments conducted systematic studies of magical healing effectiveness, developing evidence-based approaches to treatment that combined traditional wisdom with rigorous magical experimentation. St. Mungo's also pioneered the use of magical healing teams that included specialists from different disciplines working together to address complex cases. This collaborative approach reflected the growing recognition that many magical ailments required multiple types of intervention, and that the most effective healing often resulted from combining different magical approaches under careful coordination. Modern wizarding healing philosophy incorporates insights from psychology, recognizing that emotional and mental states significantly influence both susceptibility to magical illness and recovery rates. Healers now routinely assess patients' emotional well-being and provide counseling services alongside medical treatment, understanding that healing the mind and spirit is often as important as healing the body. The integration of family therapy into magical healing represents another significant development in contemporary practice. Healers recognize that magical illnesses often affect entire families, both because of shared magical genetics and because family members may unconsciously influence each other's magical health through emotional connections and shared living environments. Ethical considerations in magical healing continue to evolve as new treatments become available. The development of life extension potions has raised questions about when magical intervention becomes inappropriate interference with natural death processes. Similarly, advances in magical genetics have created possibilities for preventing inherited magical disabilities while raising concerns about altering fundamental aspects of wizarding nature. International cooperation in magical healing has led to greater standardization of treatment protocols while respecting cultural differences in healing philosophy. The World Health Organization for Magical Maladies coordinates research efforts and establishes guidelines for sharing innovative treatments between different national magical health systems. The treatment of magical creature injuries and illnesses has expanded healers' understanding of how magic manifests differently in various species. Working with injured dragons, unicorns, and other magical beings has provided insights into healing techniques that can be adapted for human patients, while also deepening appreciation for the diversity of magical life forms. Contemporary healing philosophy increasingly emphasizes patient autonomy and informed consent, recognizing that magical healing works best when patients understand and actively choose their treatment options. This approach has led to the development of specialized communication spells that ensure patients can fully comprehend complex magical procedures, regardless of their educational background or magical ability level. The integration of meditation and mindfulness practices into magical healing reflects growing understanding of the connection between consciousness and magical health. Patients who learn to consciously direct their magical energy often experience faster recovery times and better long-term outcomes than those who remain passive during treatment. Research into the healing properties of magical environments has led to the development of specialized treatment facilities designed to enhance natural healing processes. Hospitals built in areas with high concentrations of beneficial magical energy, or constructed using materials with inherent healing properties, can significantly improve patient outcomes while reducing the need for intensive magical intervention. The future of wizarding healing philosophy likely involves even greater integration between magical and mundane medical approaches, as healers recognize that both systems offer valuable insights into the nature of health and illness. Collaborative research between magical and non-magical medical practitioners has already yielded breakthrough treatments that neither tradition could have developed independently. As our exploration of these healing philosophies draws to a close, the gentle sound of footsteps in hospital corridors seems to fade into peaceful silence. In this quiet moment, reflect upon this. How might understanding the deep connection between our magical essence and our physical well-being change the way we approach not just illness, but our daily choices about how to live and care for ourselves and others? Chapter 6. The Magic of Ancient Bermuda. Far out in the Atlantic Ocean, where azure waters stretch endlessly toward distant horizons and the gentle trade winds carry whispers of ancient secrets, lies an archipelago whose magical properties have mystified wizards for over a millennium. Tonight, we set sail across time itself to explore the enchanted islands of Bermuda, where unique geographical forces have created some of the most extraordinary magical phenomena ever documented in the maritime wizarding world. Picture yourself standing on the pink coral sands of a secluded Bermudian beach, feeling the warm ocean breeze carry traces of magic so pure and concentrated that even non-magical visitors often report experiencing unusual sensations during their stay. The very air around these islands shimmers with an otherworldly quality, as if the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds grows thin in this remote Atlantic sanctuary. The magical properties of Bermuda stem from its unique geological formation, created when ancient volcanic activity interacted with powerful oceanic magical currents. The islands sit atop a massive underwater plateau, known to wizarding geologists as the Bermuda Magical Shelf, where three major magical ley lines converge in a pattern that creates a natural amplification field for certain types of enchantment. Archaeological evidence suggests that the island's magical properties were first discovered by Phoenician wizard navigators around 800 BCE, centuries before any mundane explorers ventured into these waters. Phoenician magical texts, carved into cedar tablets and preserved in underwater grottos, describe Bermuda as the islands of eternal spring, where time moved differently and magical energies could be harnessed with unprecedented ease. The Phoenicians established the first permanent magical settlement on what is now called Ireland Island, constructing a remarkable complex of buildings that seem to grow directly from the living coral reef. These ancient structures, built using a combination of Mediterranean masonry techniques and indigenous coral shaping magic, created living buildings that could repair themselves and adapt to changing weather conditions. The most impressive Phoenician magical achievement was the construction of the Great Compass Rose, a massive stone circle carved into the seafloor between Ireland Island and Somerset Island. This underwater monument, invisible to surface observers, but clearly visible to those with magical sight, served as a navigation aid for magical ships traveling across the Atlantic. The Compass Rose's enchantments could guide vessels safely through even the most violent storms, while simultaneously concealing the islands from non-magical observers. Celtic Druids arrived in Bermuda during the 3rd century CE, drawn by rumors of islands where their traditional plant magic could achieve extraordinary results. They discovered that common European herbs, when grown in Bermudian soil and watered with the island's magically charged rainwater, developed properties far beyond anything achievable in their native lands. A simple healing potion that might restore minor injuries in Britain could regenerate entire limbs when brewed with Bermuda-grown ingredients. The Druids' most significant contribution to Bermudian magical culture was their development of storm-calling techniques specifically adapted to the island's unique meteorological conditions. Celtic storm weavers learned to work with the natural hurricane patterns that affected the region, creating protective barriers that could deflect dangerous storms while channeling their magical energy into the island's natural reservoirs. These storm management techniques proved crucial when Viking raiders attempted to establish their own settlement on the islands during the 8th century. The Celtic storm weavers successfully summoned a series of precisely controlled hurricanes that destroyed the Viking fleet while leaving the established magical communities unharmed. This demonstration of Bermudian magical power discouraged further Viking incursions and allowed the peaceful magical communities to continue their development undisturbed. The arrival of Spanish explorers in the early 16th century marked a new chapter in Bermudian magical history. Spanish wizard conquistadors, accompanying Juan de Bermudez' 1503 expedition, immediately recognized the island's extraordinary magical potential. However, their attempts to establish colonial magical institutions met with unexpected resistance from the islands themselves. Bermuda's magical field had become so accustomed to Celtic and Phoenician enchantment styles that Spanish magic often produced unpredictable results. Spells that worked perfectly in Spain would reverse their effects, multiply their power unexpectedly, or transform into entirely different types of magic when cast on Bermudian soil. This magical incompatibility led to several spectacular accidents, including the creation of a flock of flying horses that took up permanent residence in the island's cedar forests. The most famous Spanish magical mishap occurred in 1511, when the conquistador wizard Don Carlos de Herrera attempted to create a magical lighthouse using standard Iberian illumination spells. Instead of producing a steady beacon, his magic interacted with Bermuda's natural magical field to create the phenomenon known as the Bermuda Light, a mysterious glow that appears over the islands during certain weather conditions and can be seen from hundreds of miles away. The Bermuda Light became one of the island's most important magical defenses, as its appearance warned approaching ships that they were entering magically active waters. Many vessels that ignored this warning found themselves caught in temporal displacement fields or dimensional shifts that transported them to entirely different locations in space and time. English settlement of Bermuda beginning in 1609 brought new magical traditions that proved more compatible with the island's natural enchantments. English wizards, with their practical approach to magic and emphasis on working with natural forces rather than attempting to dominate them, successfully established permanent magical communities that thrived for centuries. The Virginia Company's magical advisors, led by the wizard alchemist Sir Francis Bacon, who was secretly a member of the wizarding community, recognized that Bermuda's magical properties could be harnessed for advanced alchemical research. They established the Bermuda Experimental Station in 1612, where English wizards conducted groundbreaking research into transmutation, elemental magic, and the creation of artificial magical creatures. The Bermuda Experimental Station's most significant achievement was the development of weather-responsive architecture, buildings that could automatically adjust their structure and appearance based on atmospheric conditions. These adaptive buildings used coral-based construction techniques combined with English enchantment theory to create structures that were simultaneously permanent and fluid, providing shelter from hurricanes while remaining comfortable during calm weather. The station's researchers also made important discoveries about the relationship between oceanic magical currents and celestial influences. They found that Bermuda's position in the Atlantic allowed for unusually clear observation of cosmic magical phenomena, leading to advances in astronomical magic that influenced navigational techniques throughout the age of exploration. The American Revolution brought unexpected challenges to Bermuda's magical communities, as the islands found themselves caught between British and American magical authorities. Many Bermudian wizards supported American independence, but their isolated location made open rebellion impractical. Instead, they developed sophisticated concealment techniques that allowed them to maintain neutrality while secretly providing magical assistance to both sides when humanitarian concerns were at stake. Most famous example of this magical neutrality occurred during the winter of 1776, when Bermudian healers used their enhanced plant magic to create warming potions that were smuggled to both British and American forces suffering from the harsh winter conditions. These potions, brewed with Bermuda-enhanced herbs, provided protection from cold that lasted for weeks with a single dose. The 19th century marked the golden age of Bermudian magical research, as the islands became a center for international magical cooperation. The establishment of the Bermuda Magical Research Institute in 1834 attracted scholars from around the world who came to study the island's unique magical properties and conduct experiments that would have been impossible elsewhere. The Institute's most important research focused on the relationship between magical energy and oceanic ecosystems. Bermudian marine magical biologists discovered that the island's magical field had created unique evolutionary pressures that produced magical variants of common marine species. These magical sea creatures, ranging from coral polyps that could generate healing potions to fish whose scales possessed protective enchantment properties, represented an entirely new category of magical fauna. The Institute's aquatic research led to breakthroughs in underwater breathing magic, allowing wizards to explore previously inaccessible underwater magical sites around the islands. These explorations revealed extensive underwater cave systems filled with naturally occurring magical crystals that had been growing for millennia, fed by the convergence of oceanic magical currents. The discovery of the Bermuda Crystal Caves revolutionized understanding of natural magical energy storage and transmission. The caves contained formations of magical crystals unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth, structures that could store and focus magical energy with perfect efficiency. These crystals became crucial components in advanced magical devices, from long-range communication mirrors to powerful protective amulets. The development of magical tourism during the late 19th century brought new appreciation for Bermuda's unique magical properties. Wealthy wizarding families from Europe and America began visiting the islands for extended stays, seeking the restorative effects of the magical atmosphere and the recreational opportunities provided by the enhanced natural environment. Bermudian magical hospitality evolved to accommodate these visitors, with local wizards developing specialized services such as guided magical snorkeling tours, enchanted fishing expeditions, and therapeutic spa treatments, using the island's magically enhanced natural springs. These activities not only provided economic benefits to the local magical community, but also helped spread knowledge of Bermudian magical techniques to the broader wizarding world. The two world wars presented significant challenges for Bermuda's magical communities, as the island's strategic location made them important to both magical and mundane military operations. Bermudian wizards worked closely with allied magical forces to develop advanced concealment techniques that protected military installations while maintaining the island's protective magical barriers. The most significant wartime magical innovation was the development of detection-resistant transportation portals that allowed secure movement of personnel and supplies between Bermuda and other allied magical communities. These portals used the island's natural magical amplification properties to create stable long-distance connections that could operate undetected by enemy magical surveillance. Modern Bermuda continues to play an important role in international magical affairs, serving as a neutral meeting ground for diplomatic negotiations and a center for collaborative magical research. The island's magical properties remain as strong as ever, though modern wizards have developed more sophisticated techniques for working with the natural magical field. Contemporary Bermudian magical research focuses on environmental applications using the island's enhanced magical properties to develop new approaches to magical ecosystem conservation and restoration. The techniques developed in Bermuda have been successfully applied to damaged magical environments around the world, helping to restore natural magical balances that had been disrupted by human activity. The Bermuda Magical Weather Observatory, established in 1987, monitors global magical climate patterns and provides early warning of magical storms and other atmospheric magical phenomena. The observatory's research has contributed significantly to understanding how magical energy affects weather patterns and how climate change might impact magical ecosystems worldwide. As our journey through these enchanted islands draws to a close, the gentle lapping of waves against pink coral shores seems to whisper ancient secrets carried on the eternal ocean breeze. In this peaceful moment, consider what hidden magical properties might exist in the places where you live and work, waiting to be discovered by those who learn to perceive the subtle signs of natural magical energy. Chapter 7. The historical evolution of magical healing through the mists of time, where ancient wisdom meets modern understanding, lies a remarkable journey of discovery that has shaped how magical communities approach the sacred art of healing. Tonight we trace the winding path that magical medicine has taken from its earliest origins in prehistoric cave paintings to the sophisticated healing practices that grace the halls of St. Mungo's Hospital today. Envision yourself standing in a torch-lit cave deep beneath the Pyrenees Mountains, where primitive wizards first discovered that certain combinations of magical energy and natural herbs could accelerate the body's healing processes. These earliest magical healers, working with nothing more than instinct and careful observation, laid the foundation for healing traditions that would evolve across millennia into the complex medical practices we know today. The first documented magical healing practices emerged during the Paleolithic period, when shamanic wizards learned to channel their innate magical abilities into therapeutic applications. Cave paintings discovered in France and Spain show figures with glowing hands placed upon injured hunters, while nearby symbols suggest the use of specific incantations designed to speed recovery from wounds sustained during dangerous hunts for magical creatures. These primitive healing techniques relied heavily on sympathetic magic, the principle that similar things influence each other across distance. Early healers would use miniature clay models of their patients, performing healing rituals on the models while concentrating their magical energy on the actual injuries. While crude by modern standards, these techniques established the fundamental concept that magical energy could be directed and focused to influence biological processes. The development of agricultural societies around 8000 BCE brought new sophistication to magical healing practices. Wizard farmers, working closely with the earth and its cycles, discovered that plants grown in magically enriched soil developed enhanced healing properties. This discovery led to the first systematic cultivation of magical medicinal herbs, as healers began deliberately growing and harvesting plants specifically for therapeutic use. The ancient Sumerians made the first attempts to codify magical healing knowledge, creating cuneiform tablets that recorded successful treatments and their associated incantations. The Epic of Gilgamesh contains what may be the earliest written account of magical healing, describing how the hero Enkidu was restored to life using a combination of divine magic and carefully prepared herbal remedies. Sumerian healing practices emphasized the importance of understanding the patient's entire magical signature before attempting treatment. Healers would spend hours studying a patient's aura, looking for patterns and disturbances that might indicate the underlying cause of illness or injury. This holistic approach influenced healing traditions throughout the ancient Middle East and formed the basis for diagnostic techniques still used by modern magical healers. Egyptian magical medicine reached unprecedented levels of sophistication during the Old Kingdom period, as priest healers developed systematic approaches to both diagnosis and treatment. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, a magical medical text dating to approximately 1600 BCE, describes surgical procedures enhanced with healing magic, including techniques for treating head injuries, broken bones, and wounds that had become infected with dark magic. Egyptian healers pioneered the use of magical preservation techniques in medical practice, developing methods for storing healing potions and herbal preparations that could maintain their potency for years. These preservation spells allowed healers to accumulate large inventories of medicines, ensuring they could respond quickly to epidemics or mass casualty events such as magical creature attacks. The most significant Egyptian contribution to magical healing was the development of the first magical medical schools, where knowledge could be systematically transmitted from master healers to their apprentices. The House of Life at Heliopolis became the premier magical medical institution of the ancient world, attracting students from across the Mediterranean, who came to learn Egyptian healing techniques and diagnostic methods. Greek magical medicine built upon Egyptian foundations, while adding new theoretical frameworks that emphasized the balance of magical elements within the human body. Hippocrates of Kos, himself a wizard, though this fact was carefully concealed from non-magical historians, developed the theory of magical humors that explained illness as resulting from imbalances in a patient's fundamental magical energies. The Hippocratic approach to magical healing emphasized careful observation and documentation of symptoms, creating detailed case studies that allowed healers to identify patterns and develop more effective treatments. Greek magical healers were the first to recognize that many illnesses followed predictable courses, enabling them to develop prognoses and treatment plans based on accumulated experience rather than relying solely on intuition. The establishment of Asclepians, temple hospitals dedicated to the god of healing, created the first specialized magical medical facilities. These institutions combined religious ritual with practical medical care, offering patients both spiritual comfort and advanced magical treatment. The most famous Asclepian at Epidaurus became a pilgrimage destination for patients suffering from chronic magical ailments that local healers could not treat effectively. Roman magical medicine emphasized practical applications and systematic organization, reflecting the Roman preference for efficient administration in all aspects of society. Niniletory healers developed battlefield magic techniques that could stabilize injured soldiers long enough for them to be transported to proper medical facilities, while Roman urban healers created the first magical emergency response systems for dealing with accidents and disasters in crowded cities. The Roman contribution to magical healing included the development of standardized medical instruments enhanced with magical properties, scalpels that could cut through magical barriers, forceps that could remove curses along with physical objects, and sutures that would dissolve harmlessly while leaving no scars represented significant advances in surgical technique. Roman legal codes also addressed magical medical practice for the first time, establishing regulations for healer licensing, standards for medical facilities, and procedures for investigating malpractice claims. These legal frameworks provided important protections for both patients and healers, while ensuring that magical medical practice maintained high standards of competency and ethics. The fall of the Roman Empire created a temporary regression in magical healing practices, as the disruption of trade routes and communication networks made it difficult to maintain the sophisticated medical institutions that had developed during the imperial period. However, this challenge also sparked innovations as isolated magical communities were forced to develop self-sufficient healing practices, using only locally available resources. Medieval monastery hospitals became the primary centers for preserving and advancing magical healing knowledge during the Dark Ages. Monk healers, with their emphasis on careful study and documentation, created detailed medical manuscripts that preserved ancient healing techniques, while adding new discoveries based on their own clinical experience. The most significant medieval development in magical healing was the integration of alchemical techniques with traditional herbal medicine. Monastery alchemists learned to create magical tinctures and elixirs that concentrated the healing properties of medicinal plants, making treatments more potent and easier to store and transport. Medieval healers also developed the first systematic approaches to magical surgery, using combination of magical anesthesia and enhanced precision to perform procedures that would have been impossible with purely mundane techniques. The famous surgeon wizard Hugh of Lucca performed the first successful magical heart surgery in 1240, removing a curse-induced growth that was slowly killing a young knight. The Renaissance brought renewed interest in classical magical healing texts while encouraging innovation and experimentation. Renaissance healers began conducting systematic studies to test the effectiveness of different treatments, establishing the foundations of evidence-based magical medicine. The invention of the magical printing press allowed medical knowledge to be distributed more widely than ever before, enabling healers throughout Europe to learn from each other's discoveries and experiences. Medical textbooks with embedded diagnostic spells became available to any healer who could afford them, dramatically improving the overall quality of magical medical care. Renaissance anatomist wizards made groundbreaking discoveries about the relationship between magical energy pathways and physical anatomy, mapping the flow of magical energy through the human body with unprecedented precision. These anatomical studies revealed that magical healing worked most effectively when aligned with the body's natural energy patterns, leading to more targeted and efficient treatment techniques. The age of exploration brought magical healers into contact with indigenous healing traditions from around the world, creating opportunities for cross-cultural exchange that enriched magical medical practice. European healers learned new techniques from Native American shamans, African traditional healers, and Asian magical medical practitioners, while sharing their own knowledge and methods. The most significant exchange occurred when Spanish healers encountered Aztec magical medicine, which had developed sophisticated techniques for treating magical creature venoms and curse-induced illnesses. The combination of European theoretical knowledge with Aztec practical experience created new approaches to treating previously incurable conditions. The Enlightenment period brought scientific methodology to magical healing, as healers began conducting controlled experiments to test the effectiveness of different treatments. The establishment of the first magical medical journals allowed healers to share their research findings and build upon each other's work in systematic ways. The development of magical microscopy during the 18th century revealed the existence of magical pathogens that could cause illness at the microscopic level. This discovery revolutionized understanding of infectious magical diseases and led to the development of the first magical vaccines and antibiotics. The Industrial Revolution enabled mass production of magical medical supplies and equipment, making advanced healing techniques available to broader populations. The establishment of magical pharmaceutical companies created standardized production methods for healing potions and medical devices, ensuring consistent quality and potency. The 19th century saw the establishment of formal magical medical education systems, with dedicated medical schools that provided systematic training in all aspects of magical healing. The curriculum included both theoretical knowledge and extensive practical experience, ensuring that graduating healers were fully prepared for professional practice. Modern magical healing continues to evolve rapidly, incorporating insights from psychology, genetics, and other scientific disciplines, while maintaining the holistic approach that has always characterized magical medicine. Current research focuses on developing personalized treatments based on individual magical signatures and genetic profiles. The integration of artificial intelligence with magical diagnostic techniques promises to further revolutionize medical practice, enabling healers to identify rare conditions and develop optimal treatment plans with unprecedented accuracy and speed. As our journey through the evolution of magical healing draws to a close, the gentle rustle of ancient medical manuscripts seems to whisper the accumulated wisdom of countless healers who dedicated their lives to relieving suffering. Chapter 8. The Properties of Magical Oasis Water. In the heart of vast deserts, where golden sand dunes stretch endlessly beneath star-filled skies, and the silence holds secrets older than recorded history, bubbles forth one of nature's most remarkable magical substances. Tonight, we delve deeper into the extraordinary properties of oasis water, exploring how this precious liquid differs from all other magical waters, and understanding why desert-dwelling wizards have revered its unique characteristics for thousands of years. Picture yourself kneeling beside a crystal-clear pool in the depths of the Sahara, watching as water bubbles up from hidden springs deep within the earth. As you cup this sacred liquid in your palms, you immediately sense that this is no ordinary water. The liquid seems to pulse with its own gentle rhythm, warm to the touch even in the cool desert evening, and possessed of a subtle luminescence that grows stronger as darkness falls around the oasis. The fundamental property that distinguishes oasis water from other magical liquids is its unique molecular structure, altered by centuries of slow filtration through layers of magically charged minerals deep beneath the desert floor. As groundwater moves through these underground formations, it absorbs trace amounts of rare earth elements that exist nowhere else in such concentrated forms, creating a liquid that functions as both a powerful magical conductor and a natural amplifier of healing energies. Ancient Egyptian water readers, specialists who could divine the properties of different water sources through magical analysis, classified oasis water as living water because of its ability to maintain and even enhance magical potency over time. Unlike most magical substances, which gradually lose their power when separated from their source, properly stored oasis water can actually become more potent as it ages, developing complex magical harmonics that make it increasingly valuable for advanced magical applications. The temperature properties of oasis water defy conventional understanding of thermodynamics. Regardless of ambient conditions, authentic oasis water maintains a constant temperature of exactly 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, the same as human body temperature. This thermal stability appears to be related to the water's natural affinity for living beings, suggesting that the liquid somehow recognizes and responds to the presence of life force. Persian magical scholars, who studied oasis water extensively during the medieval period, discovered that the liquid's temperature could provide diagnostic information about a person's magical health. When a wizard with a magical ailment touched oasis water, the liquid would become slightly cooler, with the degree of temperature change corresponding to the severity of the magical imbalance. Skilled Persian healers learned to use this property as a diagnostic tool, identifying magical illnesses before they manifested as physical symptoms. The luminescent properties of oasis water vary according to both the time of day and the magical abilities of those who approach it. During daylight hours, the water appears perfectly clear and ordinary to casual observation. However, as darkness falls, the liquid begins to emit a soft, pearl-like glow that intensifies in response to magical activity in its vicinity. The more powerful the magic being performed nearby, the brighter the water becomes, creating a natural magical sensor that can detect spellcasting from considerable distances. Bedouin magical astronomers discovered that oasis water's luminescence follows lunar cycles, reaching peak brightness during the new moon and fading to barely perceptible levels during the full moon. This cyclical variation appears to be connected to the water's enhanced magical properties, with new moon periods providing the optimal time for using oasis water in complex magical procedures. The purification properties of oasis water extend far beyond simple cleansing of physical contaminants. The liquid can actually neutralize certain types of magical corruption, slowly drawing dark enchantments out of cursed objects and dissipating harmful magical residues that accumulate in areas where dark magic has been practiced. This purification process is gradual and gentle, avoiding the violent reactions that often occur when other cleansing methods are applied to severely corrupted items. Medieval Islamic alchemists documented numerous cases where oasis water successfully purified magical artifacts that had been considered permanently corrupted. The process typically required months of careful treatment, with the cursed object being bathed in fresh oasis water during specific lunar phases, while specialized purification prayers were recited. The water would gradually change color as it absorbed the dark magical energy, eventually becoming completely black before suddenly clearing and regaining its natural luminescence. The healing properties of oasis water operate through a sophisticated magical mechanism that adjusts the liquid's effects to match the specific needs of each individual who drinks it. Rather than providing a single uniform healing effect, oasis water seems to analyze a person's magical signature and physical condition, then modify its own magical properties to address the most critical healing needs first. Crusader-era medical texts describe remarkable recoveries achieved using Oasis water, including the complete regeneration of limbs lost in battle and the curing of magical ailments that had resisted all other treatments. However, these same texts note that Oasis water could not heal injuries or illnesses that served important spiritual purposes in a person's life journey, suggesting that the water possessed some form of wisdom that prevented it from interfering with necessary experiences of suffering and growth. The memory properties of Oasis water represent perhaps its most mysterious characteristic. The liquid appears capable of retaining imprints of magical events that occur in its presence, storing these memories in a way that allows skilled practitioners to access them years or even centuries later. Desert oracles learn to read these water memories, using them to understand the history of Oasis sites and to gain insights into future events through patterns contained in the stored magical information. The technique for accessing water memories requires considerable skill and training, as the process involves merging one's consciousness with the water's magical matrix without becoming lost in the accumulated experiences of countless previous visitors. Successful water readers describe the experience as simultaneously overwhelming and enlightening, providing access to wisdom accumulated over millennia, while requiring strong mental discipline to maintain individual identity during the process. Reproductive properties of Oasis water allow it to create smaller quantities of itself under specific conditions, though this ability appears to be limited by natural conservation laws that prevent unlimited duplication. When authentic Oasis water is mixed with pure rainwater during certain celestial alignments, a small portion of the rainwater will acquire some of the Oasis water's properties, though at reduced potency compared to the original. This reproductive ability made Oasis water incredibly valuable for trade purposes, as merchants could extend their supplies by carefully mixing the precious liquid with other water sources. However, the process required precise timing and specific magical procedures, and attempts to exploit it commercially often resulted in complete loss of the water's magical properties. The crystallization properties of Oasis water become apparent when the liquid is exposed to extreme cold or specific magical frequencies. Under these conditions, Oasis water forms crystals with unique geometric structures that can store and focus magical energy with remarkable efficiency. These crystals maintain many of the water's original properties while providing a stable, transportable form that can be stored indefinitely without degradation. North African magical jewelers learned to create permanent crystals from Oasis water using carefully controlled freezing processes combined with stabilization spells. These Oasis crystals became highly prized as components in protective amulets and healing devices, providing concentrated access to the water's beneficial properties in a form that could be worn or carried easily. The conductivity properties of Oasis water make it an exceptional medium for magical energy transmission, allowing wizards to channel spells through the liquid with unprecedented efficiency and precision. This property proved particularly valuable for group magical workings, where multiple wizards could contribute their energy to a shared pool of Oasis water, creating effects far beyond what any individual practitioner could achieve alone. Modern magical researchers have identified the quantum magical properties of Oasis water, discovering that the liquid exists in a state of enhanced quantum coherence that allows it to interact with multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. This property explains many of the water's seemingly impossible characteristics and has led to new theories about the relationship between consciousness, magic, and physical reality. Contemporary applications of Oasis water include its use in advanced magical research, where its unique properties enable experiments that would be impossible with other magical mediums. The water's ability to maintain quantum coherence makes it invaluable for studying interdimensional magic and temporal manipulation, while its natural healing properties provide built-in safety mechanisms that protect researchers from the dangerous side effects of experimental procedures. Conservation efforts for Oasis water sources have become increasingly important as climate change and human development threaten the underground aquifer systems that feed these magical springs. International magical environmental organizations work to protect existing oasis sites while researching methods for creating sustainable artificial sources that could provide oasis water for future generations. The spiritual properties of oasis water continue to make it an important element in religious and meditative practices among desert peoples. Many traditions regard oasis water as a direct connection to the divine, believing that its unique properties reflect the intersection of earthly and celestial influences that create sacred space within the natural world. Current research into oasis water focuses on understanding its potential applications in magical medical practice, particularly for treating conditions that involve disruptions in a patient's magical energy patterns. The water's natural ability to analyze and respond to individual magical signatures makes it a promising foundation for developing personalized magical treatments that could revolutionize therapeutic practice. As our exploration of this remarkable substance draws to a close, the gentle sound of water bubbling up from hidden depths seems to echo with all the mysteries we have yet to uncover. In this moment of quiet contemplation, consider what hidden depths within your own spirit might bubble forth with healing wisdom if you learn to listen as carefully as desert dwellers listen to their sacred springs. Chapter 9. The Traditional Wizarding Healing Rituals. In sacred groves, where moonlight filters through ancient oak leaves, and the air thrums with the collective wisdom of countless generations, healing rituals have been performed since wizardkind first learned to channel magic for the benefit of the suffering. Tonight, we gather around the metaphorical healing circle to explore the profound traditional ceremonies that have brought comfort, restoration, and renewal to magical communities throughout the ages. Imagine yourself standing within a circle of standing stones, each one carved with protective runes that glow softly in the pre-dawn darkness. The scent of burning sage and lavender fills the air, while candles arranged in precise patterns cast dancing shadows on the faces of healers who have gathered to perform one of the oldest and most sacred of all magical arts. This is the setting for traditional wizarding healing rituals, ceremonies that connect individual suffering to the greater rhythms of natural magic and cosmic healing energy. The Circle of Seven Healers represents one of the most ancient and powerful healing traditions in wizarding culture. This ritual, performed during times of serious illness or magical injury, requires 7 healers of different specialties to work together in perfect harmony, each contributing their unique magical strengths to create a healing matrix far more powerful than any individual could achieve alone. The 7 positions traditionally include a master herbalist, a stellar diviner, an elemental channeler, a soul speaker, a ward keeper, an energy weaver, and a wisdom holder who guides the entire process. Preparation for a Circle of 7 healing begins 7 days before the actual ceremony, with each healer undertaking specific purification practices designed to enhance their magical sensitivity and remove any energetic interference that might disrupt the group working. The herbalist gathers fresh healing plants during optimal lunar phases. The stellar diviner calculates the most auspicious timing based on celestial alignments, and the elemental channeler spends time in meditation at sites where earth, air, fire, and water energies converge naturally. The physical arrangement of the healing circle follows precise geometric principles that maximize the flow of healing energy, while protecting both patient and healers from any negative forces that might be drawn to the powerful magical working. 7 stones, each inscribed with symbols representing different aspects of healing magic, mark the cardinal directions and intermediate points, while the patient rests at the center on a bed of specially prepared herbs and crystals. Celtic healing traditions contributed the beautiful ritual known as the Blessing of the Four Winds, performed to invoke healing energies from the cardinal directions and their associated elemental powers. This ceremony begins at sunrise, with healers calling upon the wisdom of the east wind to bring new beginnings and fresh perspective to the healing process. The south wind is invoked for its passionate energy and ability to burn away illness, while the west wind provides emotional healing and the cleansing power of tears. Finally, the north wind offers stability, endurance, and the grounding energy needed for complete recovery. The Four Winds ritual includes the creation of a sacred healing space that extends far beyond the immediate circle, encompassing the entire landscape and connecting the patient to the broader web of natural magical energy. Participants describe feeling the presence of ancient healing spirits who have been called by similar ceremonies for thousands of years, creating a sense of continuity and connection that enhances the ritual's effectiveness. Seasonal healing ceremonies acknowledge the natural cycles of death and renewal that govern all life, timing major healing workings to coincide with solstices, equinoxes, and other significant points in the astronomical year. The spring renewal ceremony, performed during the vernal equinox, focuses on stimulating the body's natural regenerative processes and clearing away the accumulated toxins and negative energies of winter. Patients often report feeling dramatically improved vitality in the weeks following these ceremonies, as if they had awakened from a long hibernation. The summer solstice vitality ritual harnesses the peak energy of the solar year to treat chronic conditions and restore magical abilities that have been diminished by illness or curse damage. This high-energy ceremony requires careful preparation and experienced healers, as the powerful solar magic involved can overwhelm patients who are not properly prepared. However, when successfully performed, the ritual can achieve healings that seem miraculous even by magical standards. Autumn harvest healing ceremonies focus on helping patients process and release traumatic experiences, emotional wounds, and psychological damage that interferes with physical healing. These gentler rituals use the energy of the autumn equinox to help participants let go of what no longer serves them while gathering strength and wisdom from their experiences. The ceremony often includes symbolic actions such as writing grievances on leaves that are then burned, or burying representations of fears and limitations in specially consecrated earth. The winter solstice deep healing ritual addresses the most profound and fundamental healing needs, working with the introspective energy of the longest night to promote spiritual transformation and soul-level restoration. These ceremonies often last throughout the entire night, with participants experiencing visions, revelations, and deep insights that contribute to their healing process. The ritual culminates at dawn, as the returning light symbolizes the patient's emergence into renewed health and vitality. The winter solstice deep healing ritual addresses the most profound and fundamental healing needs, working with the introspective energy of the longest night to promote spiritual transformation and soul-level restoration. These ceremonies often last throughout the entire night, with participants experiencing visions, revelations, and deep insights that contribute to their healing process. The ritual culminates at dawn, as the returning light symbolizes the patient's emergence into renewed health and vitality. Native American magical traditions contributed the sacred pipe ceremony adapted for healing purposes, where specially prepared herbal mixtures are burned, while healers and patients share their intentions and prayers for restoration. The smoke carries these healing intentions to the spirit world, while cleansing the energy field around the patient. Different herbs are used depending on the type of healing needed, with sage for purification, sweetgrass for calling in positive spirits, cedar for protection, and tobacco for carrying prayers to the ancestors. The Four Sacred Directions healing ritual incorporates indigenous wisdom about the spiritual significance of geographical orientation, with different directions associated with different types of healing energy. Patients face east for new beginnings and mental clarity, south for emotional healing and passion for life, west for introspection and spiritual insight, and north for grounding and physical strength. The ceremony includes prayers and offerings to the spirits of each direction, asking for their assistance in the healing process. Asian healing traditions brought sophisticated understanding of energy, meridians, and chakra systems to wizarding healing rituals. The 7-chakra balancing ceremony uses crystal singing bowls, colored lights, and specific healing stones to clear blockages and restore proper energy flow throughout the patient's body. Each chakra receives individual attention, with healers using different techniques to address the specific types of imbalance commonly associated with each energy center. The Lotus Blossom healing ritual adapted from Tibetan magical practices, guides patients through a visualization journey where they imagine their illness or injury as a closed lotus bud that gradually opens to reveal inner healing light. This gentle technique is particularly effective for children and elderly patients who might find more intense healing rituals overwhelming or frightening. African healing traditions emphasized the importance of community involvement in healing rituals, recognizing that individual illness often reflects imbalances in social relationships and community harmony. The Circle of Witnesses ceremony includes family members, friends, and community leaders who gather to offer their support and positive energy to the healing process. This collective approach often achieves remarkable results, as the patient experiences viscerally the love and concern of their entire community. The ancestor calling ritual invites the spirits of deceased family members who were known for their healing wisdom to participate in the ceremony. This practice acknowledges that healing knowledge passes down through family lines and that ancestral spirits often continue to care for their descendants' well-being even after death. Patients frequently report sensing the presence of beloved relatives during these ceremonies, providing emotional comfort that accelerates the healing process. Medieval monastery healing traditions developed the Gregorian healing chant, where specific musical frequencies and sacred words combine to create healing vibrations that resonate with the body's natural healing mechanisms. These chanted prayers were carefully composed to incorporate both linguistic magic and harmonic frequencies that promote cellular regeneration and immune system enhancement. The candlelight vigil healing ritual involves maintaining continuous prayer and magical focus throughout an entire night, with healers taking turns to ensure that healing energy flows constantly to the patient. These intensive rituals are reserved for the most serious cases, where sustained magical intervention is necessary to prevent death or permanent disability. The community aspect of the vigil provides crucial support for the patient's family, while demonstrating the commitment of the healing community to their recovery. Renaissance court healing ceremonies combined classical healing techniques with elaborate theatrical elements designed to inspire confidence and hope in both patient and observers. The grand healing pageant included costumed performers, representing different aspects of health and vitality, creating a magical environment where healing could occur through the power of imagination and collective belief as much as through direct magical intervention. Modern adaptations of traditional healing rituals incorporate contemporary understanding of psychology and group dynamics, while maintaining the essential magical and spiritual elements that make these ceremonies effective. Current practitioners often blend techniques from multiple traditions, creating personalized rituals that address each patient's specific cultural background and individual healing needs. The integration ceremony helps patients who have undergone intensive magical healing to adjust to their restored health and integrate the transformative experiences of their healing journey into their daily lives. This important ritual acknowledges that major healing often involves significant life changes and provides support for making these transitions successfully. Contemporary healing circles often include training components where participants learn to perform basic healing techniques for themselves and their families, democratizing healing knowledge and empowering communities to take active roles in maintaining their collective health and well-being. Environmental healing rituals have gained importance as magical communities recognize the connection between ecological health and individual well-being. These ceremonies focus on healing the land itself, understanding that human health is intimately connected to the health of the natural environment that sustains all life. The full moon healing circle represents one of the most widely practiced contemporary rituals, bringing together healers and patients once each month to share healing energy and support each other's ongoing health and spiritual development. These regular gatherings create sustained healing communities that provide ongoing support rather than just crisis intervention. As our exploration of these sacred healing traditions draws to a close, the gentle chiming of distant healing bells seems to fade into peaceful silence. In this quiet moment of reflection, consider what healing rituals, whether formal or informal, do you practice in your own life, and how might you create more intentional ceremonies of self-care and restoration for yourself and those you love? Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Restorative Magic. In the hushed archives of the Department of Mysteries, where theoretical frameworks dance with practical applications, ancient wisdom meets cutting-edge magical research, lies one of the most profound and complex fields of magical study. Tonight, we delve into the intricate theoretical foundations that govern restorative magic, exploring how wizards have come to understand the fundamental principles that allow magical energy to heal, repair, and restore the natural order of living systems. Picture yourself seated in a comfortable armchair within the theoretical research library at St. Mungo's, surrounded by floating diagrams that illustrate the flow of magical energy through living tissue, while softly glowing equations hover in the air around you, describing the mathematical relationships that govern how healing magic interacts with biological processes. This is where the greatest minds in magical medicine have labored for centuries to understand not just how restorative magic works, but why it works, and what fundamental laws govern its applications. The foundational principle of restorative magic rests upon the concept of magical homeostasis, the idea that all living beings possess an innate magical field that naturally seeks to maintain optimal health and function. This magical field, sometimes called the vital aura or life matrix, serves as a template that guides cellular repair, immune responses, and regenerative processes. When this field becomes disrupted by injury, illness, or magical interference, the body's ability to heal itself becomes compromised, creating the need for external magical intervention. Ancient Greek magical theorists first articulated the principle of sympathetic resonance in healing magic, observing that healing spells worked most effectively when the healer's magical signature harmonized with the patient's natural magical frequency. This discovery led to the development of diagnostic techniques for measuring magical compatibility between healers and patients, ensuring that therapeutic interventions would enhance, rather than interfere with the body's natural healing processes. The mathematical framework for understanding magical resonance was developed by Islamic scholars during the golden age of magical learning. Al-Kindi's treatise on magical harmonics established the fundamental equations that describe how magical frequencies interact, providing the theoretical foundation for calculating optimal healing spell parameters based on a patient's individual magical signature. These calculations proved so accurate that modern magical medical equipment still uses variations of Al-Kindi's original formulas. The principle of conservation of magical energy plays a crucial role in restorative magic theory, establishing that healing spells cannot create energy from nothing but must instead redirect existing magical and biological energy toward therapeutic purposes. This understanding explains why healing magic requires significant energy expenditure from the healer, and why patients often feel temporarily weakened after receiving intensive magical treatment, even as their specific injuries or illnesses improve. Medieval alchemical theory contributed the concept of transmutational healing, which recognizes that restorative magic often involves the literal transformation of damaged tissue into healthy tissue at the molecular level. This process requires precise control over magical energy to avoid unintended transmutations that could cause more harm than the original injury. Master healers spend years learning to visualize and direct these transformations with the accuracy necessary for safe and effective treatment. The discovery of magical DNA by Renaissance wizard scientists revealed that genetic information exists simultaneously on both physical and magical planes, with magical healing spells primarily targeting the magical genetic template that guides cellular reproduction and repair. This breakthrough explained why some injuries could be healed completely, while others left permanent scars or disabilities, depending on whether the magical genetic template had been damaged along with the physical tissue. The temporal aspects of restorative magic involve the complex manipulation of biological time, accelerating natural healing processes without disrupting the necessary sequence of cellular repair and regeneration. Theoretical research has shown that healing spells create localized temporal fields that allow damaged tissue to experience weeks or months of natural healing within minutes or hours of real time, while ensuring that the accelerated healing follows the same biological pathways that would occur naturally. Energy cascade theory explains how small amounts of magical energy can produce disproportionately large healing effects through the amplification of natural biological processes. Rather than overwhelming the body's systems with raw magical power, skilled healers learn to identify key intervention points where minimal magical input can trigger cascading improvements throughout interconnected biological systems. This approach minimizes the risk of magical side effects while maximizing therapeutic benefits. The principle of magical specificity governs how healing spells target particular types of damage while leaving healthy tissue unaffected. This selectivity depends on the healer's ability to perceive and distinguish between different types of magical signatures associated with healthy versus damaged cells. Advanced practitioners can even differentiate between different types of damage, applying precisely targeted spells that address specific injuries without affecting other aspects of the patient's physiology. Quantum magical theory has revolutionized understanding of how consciousness affects healing outcomes, revealing that the patient's beliefs, expectations, and emotional state directly influence the effectiveness of restorative magic through quantum entanglement between the healer's intentions and the patient's cellular responses. This discovery has led to new therapeutic approaches that emphasize the importance of patient education and emotional support as integral components of magical medical treatment. The field theory of magical healing describes how healing spells create therapeutic energy fields that extend beyond the immediate target area, promoting systemic improvements throughout the patient's entire magical and biological matrix. These healing fields can persist for days or weeks after the initial treatment, continuing to support recovery and regeneration long after the active spellcasting has ended. Interference patterns in magical healing occur when multiple healing spells interact, sometimes enhancing each other's effects, and sometimes creating destructive interference that reduces overall therapeutic benefit. Mathematical models developed by German magical theorists allow healers to calculate optimal spacing and timing for multiple treatments, ensuring that complex healing protocols achieve maximum effectiveness without unwanted interactions. The resonance amplification principle explains how certain environments and conditions can enhance the effectiveness of restorative magic. Healing chambers built with specific geometric proportions, constructed from materials with particular magical properties, and located at sites where natural magical fields converge, can amplify healing spells by factors of 10 or more. This understanding has led to the development of specialized medical facilities designed to optimize healing outcomes. Biomagical feedback loops describe the self-regulating mechanisms that prevent healing magic from causing uncontrolled cellular growth or other dangerous side effects. These natural safety systems monitor the healing process and automatically adjust the rate and direction of magical intervention to maintain optimal biological balance. Understanding these feedback mechanisms allows healers to work more effectively with the body's natural protective systems. The entropy reversal theory addresses one of the most profound aspects of restorative magic, its apparent ability to decrease entropy within living systems, organizing damaged tissue into more structured and functional configurations. This seeming violation of thermodynamic laws is resolved through recognition that magical energy exists partially outside normal space-time, allowing it to introduce organizational energy without violating conservation principles within the closed system of physical reality. Holographic healing theory suggests that magical information about optimal health is distributed throughout every cell in the body, similar to how each piece of a holographic image contains information about the entire picture. Restorative magic works by accessing and amplifying this distributed health information, allowing damaged areas to remember and recreate their optimal functional state based on information stored in undamaged cells. The morphic field hypothesis proposes that healing magic taps into species-wide templates of optimal health and function, accessing accumulated biological wisdom that has been developed through millions of years of evolution. This connection to morphic fields explains why healing spells can sometimes restore functions that the patient never possessed naturally, as the magic draws upon the full potential of human biological and magical development. Cellular communication enhancement describes how healing magic improves intercellular signaling processes, allowing different parts of the body to coordinate their healing efforts more effectively. This enhanced communication helps ensure that healing proceeds in optimal sequence and that all affected systems receive appropriate signals about the progress of recovery. The magical immune system represents a parallel defense network that operates alongside the biological immune system, identifying and neutralizing magical threats that could interfere with healing processes. Understanding how to support and enhance the magical immune system has become an important aspect of comprehensive magical medical care, particularly in treating patients who have been exposed to dark magic or cursed objects. Regenerative potential theory explains why some tissues can be completely restored through magical healing while others cannot, based on the magical complexity and specialization of different cell types. Highly specialized cells like neurons require more sophisticated healing techniques because their magical signatures are more complex and their connections to other cells more intricate. Modern research into restorative magic theory focuses on developing personalized healing approaches based on individual genetic and magical profiles. Advanced diagnostic techniques can now map a patient's unique magical signature with unprecedented precision, allowing healers to customize treatments that work optimally with each person's specific biological and magical characteristics. The integration of artificial intelligence with magical healing theory promises to revolutionize therapeutic practice by enabling real-time analysis of complex magical interactions and automatic adjustment of healing protocols based on moment-by-moment feedback from the patient's biological and magical systems. Future developments in restorative magic theory may include techniques for pre-programmed healing, where protective spells are installed in advance to automatically activate in response to injury or illness, and dimensional healing that draws upon parallel versions of the patient from alternate realities where injuries never occurred. As our exploration of these profound theoretical frameworks draws to a close, the gentle hum of magical equations seems to fade into contemplative silence. In this moment of quiet reflection, consider how might understanding the deep theoretical principles behind healing help us appreciate not just the complexity of magical medicine, but the remarkable resilience and wisdom inherent in all living systems. Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of San Marino Wizards. High atop Monte Titano, where ancient towers pierce the clouds and medieval stones hold secrets whispered through centuries of independence, lies one of Europe's most remarkable yet overlooked magical traditions. Tonight, we ascend the winding paths of this tiny mountain republic to discover how the wizards of San Marino developed unique magical practices shaped by their precarious position between powerful neighbors and their fierce determination to remain free. Imagine yourself standing on the highest ramparts of the Guaita Tower, gazing out over the Emilia-Romagna countryside as the mists of early morning reveal a landscape that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, while this small citadel remained unconquered. The very stones beneath your feet hum with protective enchantments laid down by generations of San Marinese wizards who understood that survival for a tiny republic required magic as much as diplomacy. The magical traditions of San Marino originated in the 4th century CE, when Saint Marinos, himself a wizard, though this fact was carefully concealed from mundane historians, established his hermitage on Monte Titano. Marinus had fled the religious persecution of Emperor Diocletian, but his reasons for choosing this particular mountain peak were as much magical as they were political. The mountain possessed unique geological properties that created natural protective barriers against hostile magic, making it an ideal refuge for wizards seeking safety from both magical and mundane threats. The foundation stone of the first magical settlement, hidden deep within the Guaita Tower's lowest level, contains protective enchantments that have never been fully understood by modern magical researchers. These ancient spells seem to create a zone of magical neutrality around San Marino, where hostile magic loses much of its power, while beneficial magic is enhanced. This protective field has been credited with San Marino's remarkable survival through centuries of warfare and political upheaval that destroyed countless other small states. Early San Marinese wizards developed a unique form of defensive magic known as terra firma, literally meaning solid earth, which involved binding protective spells directly into the mountain's bedrock. This technique created layers of magical defense that extended deep underground, making the entire mountain a fortress that could resist both physical siege and magical assault. The terra firma enchantments were renewed annually during the Feast of St. Marinus, with the entire magical community participating in collective rituals that reinforced the protective barriers. The mountain's isolation led San Marinese wizards to develop remarkable self-sufficiency in magical practice, creating techniques that required minimal imported ingredients or external magical support. Mountain wizards became expert at working with indigenous plants and minerals, developing healing potions from local herbs that proved more effective than expensive imported alternatives. The famous San Marino healing balm, made from mountain sage and crystallized morning dew, could treat injuries that resisted other magical remedies. During the medieval period, San Marino's strategic position between the Papal States and the various Italian city-states made it a crucial neutral meeting ground for diplomatic negotiations. San Marinese wizards capitalized on this role by developing sophisticated truth detection magic that could verify the honesty of diplomatic statements without violating the sanctity of secret negotiations. The Chamber of Truth, a specially constructed room within the Palazzo Pubblico, contained enchantments that made deception impossible while protecting the confidentiality of sensitive discussions. The diplomatic magic of San Marino included the creation of magical contracts that could be understood and accepted by wizards from different magical traditions, overcoming language barriers and cultural differences that often complicated international magical agreements. These universal contracts used symbolic magic rather than written language, creating binding agreements through shared ritual actions that transcended cultural boundaries. San Marinese wizards also pioneered the art of magical cartography, creating maps that could accurately represent both physical and magical territories. These enchanted maps were essential for maintaining the Republic's independence, as they allowed San Marinese leaders to monitor magical activity in surrounding regions and anticipate potential threats before they materialized. The maps could detect the movement of large magical forces, the establishment of new magical settlements, and the activation of powerful magical artifacts within a radius of several hundred miles. The tradition of magical clockwork reached extraordinary sophistication in San Marino, where wizard craftsmen created timepieces that could measure not just temporal duration, but also magical intensity and celestial influences. The Great Clock of Monte Titano, installed in the Sesta Tower during the Renaissance, tracks multiple temporal systems simultaneously, including lunar magical cycles, stellar conjunction periods, and the ebb and flow of seasonal magical energies. This information proved invaluable for timing important magical workings and diplomatic initiatives. Renaissance San Marino became a center for alchemical research, as the mountain's unique mineral composition provided access to rare earth elements essential for advanced transmutation work. San Marino's alchemists developed techniques for creating artificial gemstones with magical properties superior to natural stones, while their metallurgical magic produced alloys that could enhance the power of magical instruments and weapons. The most famous San Marinese alchemical achievement was the creation of eternal parchment, a writing material that could preserve magical documents indefinitely without any degradation in their magical properties. This parchment was made using a secret process that combined rare mountain minerals with specially treated vellum, creating a substrate that actually enhanced the power of spells written upon it. Eternal parchment became highly sought after by magical institutions throughout Europe, providing San Marino with a valuable export that helped fund the Republic's magical research. The isolation of San Marino during the Counter-Reformation period, when the Catholic Church increased its persecution of magical practitioners, led to the development of advanced concealment techniques that allowed the Republic's wizards to practice their arts openly while remaining invisible to church authorities. These concealment spells created a form of selective visibility, where magical activities could only be perceived by other magical practitioners, while remaining completely hidden from non-magical observers. The technique of layered reality developed during this period created multiple overlapping versions of the same physical space that existed simultaneously, but could only be accessed by individuals with appropriate magical abilities. The mundane version of San Marino appeared to visitors as a simple medieval fortress town, while the magical version revealed additional buildings, expanded spaces, and sophisticated magical infrastructure that occupied the same geographical area without any physical conflict. During the Napoleonic Wars, San Marino's neutrality was protected as much by magical means as by diplomatic agreements. San Marini's war wizards developed defensive spells that could make armies become confused about directions when approaching the mountain, causing them to march in circles or inadvertently retreat without ever realizing they had been magically influenced. These gentle deflection spells avoided the hostile reactions that more aggressive magical defenses might have provoked. Republic's magical diplomatic corps maintained secret communications with resistance movements throughout Napoleon-occupied Europe, using their enhanced magical cartography to coordinate information networks and provide early warning of French magical surveillance efforts. San Marini's message spells could travel vast distances instantaneously, while remaining undetectable by French magical authorities, making the tiny republic a crucial hub for magical resistance activities. The Industrial Revolution brought new challenges to San Marini's magical community, as the increasing prevalence of iron and steel infrastructure interfered with traditional magical practices. San Marini's artificers responded by developing hybrid technologies that combined mechanical engineering with magical enhancement, creating devices that could function effectively in both magical and increasingly industrialized environments. The San Marino Magical Institute, established in 1864, became renowned for its research into the integration of magical and mundane technologies. Institute researchers developed magical steam engines that were more efficient than purely mechanical versions, while their magical telegraph systems could transmit both mundane messages and magical communications using the same infrastructure. During both World Wars, San Marino's traditional neutrality was complicated by the Republic's secret role in protecting magical refugees from persecution by various fascist regimes. The mountain's protective enchantments were expanded to create safe havens for displaced magical families, while San Marino's diplomatic magic helped facilitate the escape of prominent magical researchers whose work might have been exploited for military purposes. The development of magical identity concealment techniques during this period allowed refugees to assume completely new magical signatures that could not be detected by enemy magical surveillance, while memory modification spells helped traumatized survivors cope with their experiences without completely erasing important information that might be needed for post-war justice efforts. Modern San Marino continues to play an important role in international magical affairs, despite its small size, serving as a neutral venue for sensitive magical negotiations and housing several important international magical institutions. The Republic's banks provide secure storage for magical artifacts and documents that require protection from political interference, while its diplomatic immunity allows for the safe conduct of magical research that might be controversial in larger nations. Contemporary San Marinese wizards have adapted their traditional defensive magic to address modern magical threats, developing countermeasures against electronic surveillance magic and protection against magical cyber warfare. The mountain's ancient protective enchantments have been updated to include defenses against satellite-based magical reconnaissance and protection against magical viruses that might be transmitted through international magical communication networks. The San Marino Magical Archive, housed deep within Monte Titano's natural cave systems, contains one of the world's most comprehensive collections of defensive magical techniques, accumulated over 16 centuries of continuous independent magical practice. These archives are consulted by magical security experts from around the world, who seek to understand how small magical communities can maintain their independence in an increasingly connected and potentially hostile magical world. Current research focuses on sustainable magical practices that can maintain traditional techniques while adapting to changing environmental and social conditions. San Marino's environmental wizards work to protect the mountain's unique magical ecosystem while studying how climate change might affect the geological conditions that have sustained the Republic's protective enchantments for so many centuries. The tradition of magical citizenship in San Marino, where permanent residents automatically gain access to the Republic's protective enchantments and collective magical defenses, represents a unique model for how magical communities might organize themselves in the modern world. This system creates strong incentives for civic participation, while ensuring that the community's magical defenses benefit from the contributions of all residents. As our exploration of this remarkable mountain republic draws to a close, the ancient bells of San Marino's towers seem to ring across the centuries, carrying echoes of independence preserved through magical wisdom and diplomatic skill. In this peaceful moment, reflect upon this: what protective magic do you cultivate in your own life? And how might the small but persistent efforts of individuals create lasting sanctuaries of peace and wisdom in our turbulent world? Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Medicine. In the grand tapestry of wizarding history, no thread shines more brightly than the continuous development of magical medicine, weaving together countless discoveries, innovations, and acts of compassion that have transformed the treatment of magical ailments from primitive shamanic practices to the sophisticated healing arts practiced at St. Mungo's today. As our journey through the magical properties of Oasis water and restorative healing draws to its gentle conclusion, we turn our attention to this remarkable progression of medical knowledge that has brought hope and healing to countless magical beings throughout the ages. Picture yourself walking through the Hall of Medical History at St. Mungo's Hospital, where portraits of legendary healers gaze down from gilded frames, their painted eyes holding the wisdom of centuries spent in service to the suffering. Each face represents not just an individual practitioner, but an entire era of medical understanding, marking the gradual evolution from instinctive magical healing to the scientifically rigorous yet compassionate practice that defines modern magical medicine. The earliest foundations of magical medicine can be traced to prehistoric cave dwellers who first discovered that certain magical energies could accelerate natural healing processes. Archaeological evidence from magical sites throughout Europe suggests that Paleolithic wizard shamans developed basic diagnostic techniques by observing the relationship between magical aura changes and physical symptoms, laying the groundwork for all future developments in magical medical practice. These primitive healers established the fundamental principle that would guide magical medicine throughout its development: the understanding that effective healing required treating not just physical symptoms, but the entire magical matrix that sustained life and health. This holistic approach distinguished magical medicine from purely physical healing methods and created the foundation for increasingly sophisticated diagnostic and therapeutic techniques. The development of agricultural societies around 8000 BCE marked the first major advancement in magical medical practice, as settled communities allowed for the systematic cultivation of medicinal plants and the establishment of permanent healing centers. Wizard farmers discovered that plants grown in magically enriched soil developed enhanced therapeutic properties, leading to the first organized pharmacological research as healers experimented with different growing conditions and processing techniques. The establishment of the first magical hospitals in ancient Mesopotamia represented a crucial milestone in medical organization, creating institutions where healing knowledge could be systematically preserved and transmitted to future generations. The Code of Hammurabi includes several provisions regulating magical medical practice, establishing early standards for healer training and patient care that influenced medical ethics throughout the ancient world. Egyptian magical medicine reached unprecedented sophistication during the Old Kingdom period, with priest healers developing comprehensive medical texts that combined empirical observation with sophisticated magical theory. The Ebers Papyrus, discovered in 1875, but originating around 1550 BCE, contains over 700 magical medical prescriptions and surgical procedures, including detailed instructions for treating curse-induced illnesses and injuries caused by magical creatures. Egyptian medical schools established the first systematic approach to medical education, requiring students to complete extensive training in anatomy, magical theory, and practical healing techniques before being permitted to practice independently. The medical school at Memphis became the premier training institution of the ancient world, attracting students from across the Mediterranean who carried Egyptian medical knowledge back to their homelands. Greek magical medicine built upon Egyptian foundations, while adding new theoretical frameworks that emphasized the importance of understanding disease processes rather than simply treating symptoms. Hippocrates of Kos, working in the 5th century BCE, established the principle of evidence-based magical medicine, encouraging healers to carefully observe and document the effects of different treatments to build systematic knowledge about what worked and what didn't. The Hippocratic corpus includes detailed case studies that demonstrate the Greek approach to magical diagnosis, using careful observation of magical aura patterns to identify diseases before physical symptoms became apparent. This diagnostic revolution allowed healers to intervene earlier in disease processes, dramatically improving treatment outcomes and establishing prevention as an essential component of medical practice. Roman magical medicine emphasized practical applications and systematic organization, reflecting Roman administrative efficiency in all aspects of society. Roman military healers developed the first field medicine techniques for treating battlefield injuries, creating portable healing kits and standardized procedures that could be implemented quickly under adverse conditions. The establishment of the Roman Military Medical Corps created the first organized medical service, with trained healers assigned to each legion and sophisticated supply chains, ensuring that medical supplies reached troops throughout the empire. Roman medical innovations included the development of magical surgical instruments and the first systematic approaches to treating infectious magical diseases. The fall of Rome created temporary disruption in medical development, but also sparked innovations as isolated communities were forced to develop self-sufficient healing practices. Monastery hospitals became the primary repositories of medical knowledge during the Dark Ages, with monk healers preserving ancient texts while continuing to develop new techniques based on their clinical experience. Medieval Islamic medicine made crucial contributions to magical medical theory, particularly in the areas of pharmacology and surgical technique. Islamic physicians developed sophisticated methods for preparing magical medicines, creating standardized formulations that could be reproduced reliably by healers throughout the Islamic world. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad became a center for medical translation and research, where Greek and Persian medical texts were translated into Arabic, while Islamic scholars added their own discoveries and innovations. The work of physicians like Al-Razi and Ibn Sina influenced medical practice throughout both the Islamic world and medieval Europe. The establishment of European medical schools during the 12th century marked the beginning of formal medical education in the Western magical world. The School of Salerno, founded in the 9th century but reaching prominence during the medieval period, became the first institution to grant formal medical degrees and establish standardized curricula for medical training. Medieval medical schools introduced the concept of medical licensing, requiring practitioners to demonstrate competency in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills before being permitted to practice medicine. This professionalization of magical medicine improved overall standards of care while establishing clear ethical guidelines for medical practice. Renaissance medical developments revolutionized understanding of magical anatomy and physiology, as physician wizards began conducting systematic studies of how magical energy flowed through the human body. The work of Andreas Vesalius and other anatomists provided detailed knowledge of physical anatomy that complemented magical understanding of energy pathways and chakra systems. The invention of the magical microscope during the Renaissance allowed healers to observe previously invisible aspects of disease processes, leading to new understanding of how magical pathogens caused illness and how healing spells affected cellular function. This microscopic research established the foundation for modern magical pathology and informed the development of more targeted therapeutic interventions. The Age of Enlightenment brought scientific methodology to magical medicine, as healers began conducting controlled experiments to test the effectiveness of different treatments. The establishment of medical journals allowed practitioners to share research findings and build collective knowledge about optimal treatment approaches. The development of statistical analysis techniques during this period enabled large-scale studies of treatment outcomes, leading to evidence-based approaches that emphasized treatments with proven effectiveness, rather than relying solely on traditional practices or theoretical speculation. The Industrial Revolution enabled mass production of magical medical supplies and equipment, making advanced healing techniques accessible to broader populations. The establishment of magical pharmaceutical companies created standardized production methods for healing potions and medical devices, ensuring consistent quality and potency. The 19th century saw the establishment of modern hospital systems, with specialized facilities designed to optimize healing environments while providing comprehensive medical care. The founding of St. Mungo's Hospital in 1592 had established the model for magical medical institutions, but the 19th century expansion of hospital systems made quality medical care available to magical communities worldwide. The discovery of magical anesthesia revolutionized surgical practice, allowing healers to perform complex procedures while ensuring patient comfort and safety. The development of sterile magical techniques reduced infection rates and improved surgical outcomes, while advances in magical imaging allowed healers to diagnose conditions without invasive procedures. The 20th century brought unprecedented advances in magical medical technology, including the development of magical X-rays, kinetic scans, and other diagnostic imaging techniques that could reveal both physical and magical aspects of disease processes. The integration of magical and mundane medical knowledge created new therapeutic approaches that drew upon the strengths of both traditions. The establishment of international magical medical organizations facilitated the sharing of medical knowledge and the development of global standards for medical education and practice. The World Health Organization for Magical Maladies coordinates international responses to magical disease outbreaks while promoting research collaboration and technology transfer. Modern developments in magical medicine include the emergence of personalized medicine approaches that tailor treatments to individual magical signatures and genetic profiles. Advanced diagnostic techniques can now map a patient's unique magical characteristics with unprecedented precision, enabling highly targeted therapeutic interventions. The integration of artificial intelligence with magical diagnostic systems promises to further revolutionize medical practice, enabling real-time analysis of complex medical data and automatic adjustment of treatment protocols based on patient response patterns. Gene therapy techniques adapted for magical applications offer hope for treating previously incurable genetic magical disorders, while regenerative medicine research explores the potential for growing replacement organs and tissues using magical stem cell techniques. Future developments in magical medicine may include nanotechnology applications that could provide continuous health monitoring and automatic delivery of therapeutic agents, while quantum magical healing techniques could potentially address diseases at the subatomic level. The ethical dimensions of medical advancement continue to evolve as new technologies raise questions about enhancement versus treatment, privacy versus public health, and the equitable distribution of advanced medical interventions across different magical communities. As our comprehensive exploration of magical medicine draws to its peaceful conclusion, the gentle hum of healing magic seems to fade into grateful silence. Throughout this long journey from ancient shamanic practices to modern sophisticated medicine, we see the unbroken thread of compassion that has driven countless healers to dedicate their lives to relieving suffering and restoring health. In this final moment of quiet reflection, as we consider the remarkable progress that has brought magical medicine to its current state of sophisticated compassion, perhaps we might ask ourselves, how do the healing arts we have explored inspire us to bring our own forms of restoration and renewal to the world around us? And what legacy of care and wisdom will we leave for those who come after us?